Alright, here we go! It's time to play the Dark mod, and we are playing in a new, not a new engine, but an updated version of the game, Dark mod 2.10, or 2.1. Sorry about that. Probably not gonna notice too many differences. I didn't update my previous game, I installed this alongside. I tried to recreate all my settings as close as the previous one as possible. Might be some small minor little changes. Don't know if I got all the sound settings and stuff like that exactly the same. I tried to put them equal to what they were. We also have a reverb volume that we didn't have in the previous game. So I'm gonna keep track of that, see how it feels. We can turn that up or down. And we also got subtitles, which we didn't have before, so that's interesting. There might be a couple of other new stuff. Most of it is the same, though. Supposedly the game will run a little bit better, load missions a little bit faster, which is always good. I mean, loading in the mission, well, I guess if you're reloading a save point, if that's faster, that's pretty good, but that usually runs pretty smoothly in the first place. It's just loading the mission itself sometimes takes a little bit of time. But we are going to continue on our mission COS, which was... don't remember what it stood for. But this is the second mission. We played through the entire first mission last time. It was an interesting mission if I recall correctly. It wasn't too hard to stay in the shadows if that was the one I was thinking of, but it was kind of a little bit of puzzles and stuff like that. I might be confusing it with an even earlier game we played. A local Brooksdale alderman and childhood acquaintance of mine, Miles Harwell, happened upon me last night down at my local tavern. Apparently, he has to defend his position on the Borough Council this year and suspects that his chief rival, Edric Shortitch, has an ace up his sleeve. He mentioned damning evidence of dealings with various entities of dubious loyalty, as he put it. Sounds like Hightown speak for good old corruption. He needs any such evidence to disappear tonight while he has an ironclad alibi. Being invited to dinner together with Edric to a local lord's manor. He also wants me to find some dirt on Edric to help turn the tables on him. Miles is a natural-born politician, but he is good news for my profession. So I think I will have to forgive him that. Okay. Besides, with all that rampant corruption of his, I'm sure he can pay his way and then some. This Eldritch Shortitch is the captain of the local city watch, of course he is, and has made a name for himself by taking a hard stance on crime. Slipping into the city watch station and stealing indiscriminately won't be easy, but it might help undermine his approval, while also clearing Miles's name. Whew, that's gonna be a lot of reading in this one as well. Barging in through the front door is probably not a good idea. The front of the station is exposed and well lit, and Heritage Square, where it lies, is heavily guarded. Finding a more subtle point of entry may be necessary. Luckily, the watch station is surrounded by other buildings, so there should be other opportunities. Meanwhile, the hall from my last job in Clifton Grove is wearing thin and the rent is due soon, so I'd better keep an eye out for things that could pad my pockets a bit. Running around on the rooftops north of my apartment might be precarious, but also profitable. On a risky job like this, you need all the time you can get, so I'd better get started. And we're obviously gonna go with the master one. Break into the watch station and steal the cache of evidence against Miles. Yes. Miles also needs you to find some incriminating evidence against Cedric. I keep calling him Cedric. His name is Edric. Yes. Even Thieves needs unwind sometimes. For now, 3,000 in loot would make my life easy. Leaving a trail of bodies through town would be bad. Yes, don't kill anyone and don't knock out more than 3 people. Okay. Last time we had 2 guys we could knock out only. But not to end up on a wanted poster in your own neighborhood. Don't reveal yourself. Yeah. When all your objectives are done, return. Yes. Alright. 3,000 should be good. Buy equipment. Hello, Lord G. All good? All good. How are you doing? We got the regular stuff here, and we got 75. Pretty good. Want 4 water arrows at least. 1 moss arrow. And we got 40 left, actually. Man, we're never allowed to use rope arrows. That's like my favorite item ever. We got 15 left. What the heck? Sure, why not just spend it all? All right. I was very generous with the amount of money. Chronicles of Skullduggery. Skullduggery is what COS stands for. Sorry about that, my throat is acting up. Let's make a hard save as well. COS2 start. It feels a little bit smoother, the menus and stuff like that, in this updated version. Feels pretty good. You're fine, nice. I was wondering, do you watch any sport? If yes, which? I don't really watch too much sport. I used to follow soccer or football, depending on where in the world you are. But ever since I started working at the restaurant that I'm working at, which is a sports restaurant, I don't follow anything. I just watch a little bit while working, you know? My journal. Brooksdale Thieves Musings. The Porch Hound, my neighborhood pub, is known for the affordable beverage more than its quaint location. What it lacks in beauty is more than makes up for in clientele. Most of the independent jobs in Lower Brooksdale are negotiated there over a flagon of ale. I've been lucky enough to have scored an apartment right above it. Though I have to be careful with the drink, lest I fall trying to climb back up at the end of the night. I don't know my neighbors very well, though that may be for the better. In this part of town, you're as likely to get shanked as you are to be greeted back. There is an old man across the hall that seems to be a bit of a cranky hermit, but relatively harmless. Above the tunnel connecting Periwinkle Court and Heritage Square lies an apartment that is sort of a crossroad of the Thieves' Highway that allows for the clandestine traversal of those who would rather not be seen. It connects Lower Brooksdale with the more affluent parts, which means full prospectors in the early evening and heavily laden lads before dawn pass through there. The owner of the place, Gerald, not Geralt, has seen the reality of the situation and now allows for free movement through the apartment. Interesting. So what would that be? That is, okay, above the tunnel there is an apartment where we don't need to sneak around. Okay, cool. That's very strange. Someone just allows that. Oh, here, use my apartment. The Tender Rose is a house of ill repute located on Periwinkle Court. It caters to all levels of societal hierarchy in Brooksdale. There's, between some letters, there's just a little bit too big of a gap, and I think it's different words. It's kind of hard to read sometimes. From street thug to aristocrat, the top floor seems to be reserved for more distinguished clients, and is probably the only part worth exploring, should I be in the area and in need of a few extra coins. High above Periwinkle Court lives one Barnaby Rollin, known as a skilled merchant who trades in exotic goods. From what I hear, the man commands much respect among the ruling class. Jesus Christ, the reading in these missions. In Brooksdale and surrounding boroughs, despite his relatively humble station, I find it peculiar that he also seems to be either feared or respected by the local gangs, as I've not heard of any attempts on his life or livelihood, despite living in a rough area. Yet I have never heard of any shady, underhanded business practices through my criminal circles either. I feel I must investigate this enigma further on my own time, since I doubt I will be hired to hit the place anytime soon. The Brooksdale Shipping Company lies nestled in the far end of Scarlet Square, along the wall to Woodpine. Oh, last page. Cross. Interestingly, it also shares a wall with the City Watch station. If I can find a way in, there might be a more subtle way to get into the watch there. By the sound of it, that might come in handy after talking to Miles this evening. Seems the Watch had a break-in recently and are going to be out in force to catch the culprit and beefing up security. The shipping company front door is a pretty exposed spot, so it might be risky to lockpick, but it may still be my best bet, as walking through the front door at the Watch would be incredibly risky. Yeah, a little bit too much reading for my taste. And all of this we would have figured out by just playing through the level, right? So... Oh, looks like the rat movement might have been improved as well. Maybe.
The wind never blew like this in Wayside. Air just gets everywhere, even indoors. Gets right down my neck.
Okay, I think this might be the way we have to leave. So let's check out our neighbor's place first. More reading, of course. Why wouldn't that be? It's kind of hard to tell if the lighting engine has changed a little bit, or if this level is just very dark, because it seems very dark. And I might not have gotten my settings 100% accurate. Attention Taffs. Please leave the damn light alone. I know you young skulkers have an aversion to lights in the night. I get it. Comes with the territory, but please remember that not everyone has young eyes anymore. And I need to be able to find my damned keyhole when I come home in the night. There are no city watch patrolling these halls, so you got nothing to be scared of. Instead, help an old man by leaving the damn lights alone. I already have to confront with a pitter-patter of feet above my head all night. Charles in 314. Guy Brabby. Cannot interact. Sewell Northern. I wonder if we can, yeah, so we can't even leave our own apartment from indoors. That's very interesting. So we do need to leave by the balcony. Okay. I think that's open, that window, so we might have checked that out as well. Don't know if that's a guard or something else.
What's the point of making extra coin if I never get to spend it? It doesn't do me any good sitting in a damn chest.
Terrorist Taffin Tools, open till midnight. Okay. And the game seems to run fine for now. The last mission actually ran pretty well all the way up until we got indoors, actually. And let's see, yeah, we got the render scale all the way up, so that's nice. Whoa, it just quit all the way into the game when I hit escape there. Okay, that's good, I guess. It almost seems a little... Well, I do like the darkness. I mean, the lighting makes sense. This feels natural. But it feels slightly darker. Nah, probably not. It's really hard to tell since it's a different mission than we've played before. Okay, we got some boxes. Always interesting. We could get higher up. Indeed we could. Ah, that's too steep. Let's see if we can get up here.
Told her it wouldn't take very long.
Aha. And I mean, our own journal back at our place, it kind of told us about some areas to skulk around to find some loot. But yeah, we're kind of thorough looking for stuff anyways. It's kind of pointless reading it for the information because we want to explore anything anyway, everything anyway, so you know. Scores: Cyril 43, Urian 40, Orwell 32, Sewell 37. Cyril wins, taking the prize of 30 gold. John, referee. Are they playing bowling or something here? Almost looks like a bowling alley. Could also... Oh, dice. Okay. Hello?
That was a nice bit of fun. Now I'm gonna piss on ya.
What the hell? What am I watching? So he stabbed him in the back, I think. I don't know if that sword that we see is in his back or not. But there is a pouch as well. Let's see if he picks it up or if he just walks away. He just walks away. Alright. No, the rats have not improved. Seeing them from further away, it made them look a little bit better moving. Oh no, more reading. Oh no. Dublin's mansion. It's kind of weird just having a map like that right there. But then again, this might be the thief nests or whatever. I feel I must admit I was the one who stole the paintings from Geralt's place. That we'll use as our highway. I feel bad about that after he has agreed to let us pass through. And they weren't worth anything anyway. I'm afraid I'm too emotional to go there at the moment, so I should like you to return the paintings for me. They are hidden behind a box in the alleyway behind his house, where his balcony is, out of the rain. I don't have much to offer aside from a few spare water arrows that I will leave by the wooden fence behind you once you placed his paintings on the desk on the top floor. Oh, that's gonna be tricky to remember all of this. A remorseful Taffer. Did we have a map even? Oh. Oh, we do have a map. Oh boy. The Definitive Thieves Guide to Upper Brooksdale, 2nd edition, produced by Gary Goldfinger and Associates. Okay. As always, I don't know where we are at. It doesn't really matter. It's only the one map. Proceedings of the Thieves' Council, October 5th. The man going by the name Slippery Sylvester shall henceforth be considered a pariah within the walls of Brooksdale. A court of his peers have found him guilty in his absence of stealing from the blooded bulldogs. Spread the word that no man shall give him work or refuge under a penalty fine of 500 gold. The turf dispute between the dastardly daggers and the shadow cloaks regarding pilfering riots on Lang Street has been settled. The two champions fought to the death in front of the council, with the shadow cloaks fighter the victor. From now on, all criminal activities on Lang Street must have their blessing. Okay. Hello, Veslan. How are you doing? Now, I'm not going to drop down yet because I don't know where we're at and I don't want to skip anything.
Damn, I'm not getting any dinner, am I? It's too late now, and I haven't eaten since breakfast.
Don't think she's gonna react to my light here, so yeah, let's just do that. So we found a hairbrush or something. Don't think I can vault up there. Guess we're checking on top as well. Yep. Nothing. I think the guard is coming back. This would be a good time to actually know where we're at, because we might be already in the correct building or something. Don't think so, though. Let's see. We're looking south here. It doesn't really help me. Not really. And I don't know if you caught the beginning, but this is a new version of Dark Mod. It's version 2.10. With some slight upgrades to the underlying system and some new features. And especially features for map creators. There's a lot of new stuff they can do that wasn't in the game before, so that's pretty cool. And levels should run a little bit smoother. Load time should be a little bit faster. All good stuff. So, also, if anything seems weird, if the sound mix is not very well good, please do tell me, because I tried to replicate my settings from the previous game. But I might not have gotten it completely right. So if it's too dark or too bright, or contrast not enough, or the sound is just wonky, do let me know. I wish I knew where I was. I should have looked at the map immediately when we left our place. We were right next to an inn. Oh, my place. It's down in the lower right corner. My place. Okay. So we left through the balcony. We were looking across to the Parched Hound. Then we went back in the alleyway to the right and into this. Okay, so we are all the way to the right on the map, I think. So yeah, this is all extra stuff, I think. That's pretty cool.
Son of a whore better have my money. What
Huh?
that is?
Oh, it's very bright here.
What? Bugger me. Where did it go?
I think I'm gonna be seen here, or he's gonna walk right into me. I gotta see where he walks, actually. Could probably drop... Nah. I don't know why... Okay, the fireplace is spreading the light. Yeah. It is a little bit dark, you say. Okay, I could increase the brightness of the stream. Oh, that's no good.
What a bugger. Hey, he's off. I need help. help here.
I got spotted.
When I find you, you'll regret it.
That should be a little bit clearer. Alright, let's see if it goes over to the window again. Then I'm just gonna loot whatever's over here. No, I don't want to read it. Stop it. Just... There was something else to pick up. It's nothing. More readables. Why not?
What was that noise?
Shh, shh, shh. But that's a secret compartment, apparently. Madame Petronella. It's come to my attention that one of the pencil next engineers with the Inventors Guild that are replanning our sewer system has taken liking to our young Beatrix. It just so happens we have a friend in the underworld of Brooksdale who would pay handsomely for a few changes to the blueprints, allowing only his gang to make use of the new sewers. Can you be a dear and explain to Beatrix that she should try and plant a few ideas in his head after their nightly sojourns? So what did this do? I don't know.
I'm not doing it this time.
Oh, the painting got lowered. Yeah, some of these missions, it's been really hard hearing what changes. I can hear the mechanism for the switch itself. But that's about it. I've also got the note. Hey boss, I had the inventors over last week and installed that hidden safe you wanted, blah blah blah. He told me to let you know that ways over to film. Okay, that's fine.
Who put that out?
I need a key for this. Right? Yeah, so none of the saves on these in these missions the lockpicks work on, and I have no key. So there's gotta be a key hidden somewhere, right? I doubt it's gonna be outside of this place. Can I walk around that? No. Oh, the door actually opens as well. I thought, yeah, It shouldn't be behind the painting, right? That's where we found the note. Could be in the trash can, maybe.
3 6s in a row.
Wait, this is where we came from. Oh.
What was that?
But it is a really dark mission, it is. I think we might have to drop down into some of these places. I don't know if the whole city section is connected. It probably is, though. Girls, I must stress again that the upper floor of the brothel is reserved for our finest patrons. Under no circumstances should you bring 2-bit gangsters up here. That's what our smaller basic rooms are for. It is a much more laborious process getting the 2 upstairs rooms cleaned, and our esteemed guests expect the best. Remember the incident when the ruffians fought on the terrace and one fell off breaking his neck? Upon that topic, please refrain from amorous activities on the terrace. It's legal, but let's have the common decency not to advertise to have to say what we're up to. We had complaints from some of the neighboring... So this is probably not gonna open. Yeah, exactly. So where the frick would we find a key to that safe? It's gotta be in the room then. I don't want to knock him out. We only have 3 knockouts to perform. I don't want to waste one here. Nah, there's so much reading already in this mission. I think we're fine without reading the newspaper. Maybe he has a key. Don't think so. Interesting stuff in here for being a brothel. I guess we got some people with different tastes. Is the key system the same as in Thief? Thinking about if you have accidentally picked up a key and have it in inventory. I mean, that could have happened, obviously, but I can scroll through or click through my keys, and I don't have a single key. K should cycle through the keys, Y is cycle through the lockpicks, and scrolling just scrolls through everything. You can set that up in different ways, but yeah, that could definitely have been possible. You don't have a key on you, do you? No. Could be that we're just finding the key in a completely different area. You know, it's not impossible. That's not what I'm...
Something over there.
Nope. And we're also not allowed to be spotted. It's an optional thing, but I'm trying to keep to it.
You'd better come out now before things get rough.
I don't see a key anywhere.
Alright, fight me like a man, and I'll knock out your teeth. You'd better come out now, before things get rough.
The previous mission in this series was very kind when it came to resetting. Okay, that wasn't too bad, like half a minute or something.
Come on, damn you, don't waste my time. Alright, fight me like a man, and I'll knock out your teeth.
It's still not all the way back.
If I find who's playing around, I'll break his fingers.
Break his fingers.
Great.
I guess the key is just gonna be some... could be in that cup. I guess we haven't touched that. Can't interact with that. In the fireplace? We were over by the toilet as well, we didn't find anything. I think we're just gonna find it randomly then. Perhaps. In somewhere out in the world. Did I go here? That's a shitter. There's no keys in here, right? No. So, if we were to drop down... Yeah, so we are in the Tender Rose. So we could go out this side. That's going to lead us out to the main... place, right? I think I'm... Well, we might as well do part of this now, because there was a ledge here.
Listen,
That was loud.
did you hear that?
My nerves are getting the best of me.
Why is it so bright here? Oh no.
Hmm?
No, 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 no. What? No.
I don't see anything now. Oh well.
Perwinking Court. So we're coming out... Yeah. So we are exactly where I thought we were. I don't know what the dashed lines are. Are those balconies, maybe? Maybe. Doesn't open. There's gotta be some point to being up here. I mean, we could bypass the guards on the court, sure. But is that all? Okay. Oh, that opened. Okay. Thought I'd try that.
Good. Fits perfectly now.
This shouldn't be the brothel, right? This is a roll-in resident, I think. Is that our mission? No, we're breaking into the watch station. Yeah. There's a lot of people walking around here. 2 servants and 1 guard at least. Dashed lines in technical drawings often mean something underneath. Oh. Yeah, could be. Either it means...
Help! He's got a weapon!
What? I'm in the darkness, dude.
What made that sound?
Oh, they heard me. I think we might need to smash this, unless there is... Oh, you can open it. That's even better. What the... Okay. Shh. Really? Well, that was a short one.
Could be done right the first time.
That was an even shorter one. Jesus Christ. Oh, it doesn't open more than that. I see.
Good. Fits perfectly now.
Can I just... Yep. Give it. Oh. Ah. Okay, I think that was it. And I gotta say, the download file for this mission was very small. So I'm impressed with the size it seems to be for the small size. And then the next mission in the same series was, I don't know, 50 times bigger. Might not necessarily mean a bigger mission. Sometimes it's just some new
That's not right.
new models and stuff like that. And I've been thinking about maybe turning up the difficulty for the AI vision, because
Oh,
as people have mentioned, it's a little bit silly that you can just sit right next to them in the darkness, but sometimes they do spot you, so I still feel like it's kind of okay. Checking the painting. I do wonder if it's one and the same guard. So he might be
I knew it.
coming around here.
if he thinks he's...
That's not a door. Kitchen. Maybe not the same with the dash lines. Yeah, I don't know. Could be. Could also be balconies. Could also be like...
All right.
I don't
There we
know.
go.
All missions are basically fan missions. There are like a tutorial mission and a follow-up mission for the tutorial mission. Those are the only ones created by the Dark Mod people. Then every single other mission is created by fans. And 95% of them has been really good. And really well made. There's a couple out there that are below the average. So this is the second part in a mission series. And there's 4 parts to this mission. They're not... You don't have to play them all, you know. They're not connected in any story way really, other than we're playing as the same character. And there might be some hints between the missions. Or just, you know, flirts with the previous mission and such. Looks like Fortuna has smiled upon me. Last night while cleaning the dining table after the party, I found a pearl brooch that had probably fallen off one of the fat noble ladies and fell under the floor. I'm sure that will fetch a pretty penny and will be a nice compliment to my meager salary. I'll have to be careful though, and wait to see if the lady will return to look for it first. For now, I have stashed it in the brass pot in the storeroom. Thank you. Fingers crossed that no one is the wiser. And I'll be able to treat myself a bit extra this month. I always get hungry whenever we're in a kitchen. Look at this delicious fowl. Gesundheit. So I assume this will be the storage right here. Oh, come on, dude. Just leave. Once again, just like I said with the previous mission, that was very similar in style. We had a lot of cool city exploration to do, but I started out doing the city exploration. Then we made our way over to the main mission. And we kind of did the main mission without knocking anyone out. We eventually did it, so I wasted my knockouts to find one of the secrets. But right now, I can't look into that room because I can knock this guy out. I mean, I can waste one of my knockouts here, but I'm not going to do that. So maybe, just maybe, I should have saved the city portion of the mission for after the main quest. I could waste a water arrow, I guess. We do have 9, which is pretty good. But he should leave. Oh, I have fucked up a key binding here. Don't see me. I can't put my weapon away. Okay. Weapons. Put away weapons. Ah, here we go. There we go. Only one I didn't change. I hear a lady sleeping somewhere. It's a little bit confusing. No, shh. There we go. Under the brass pot in the storeroom. Aha. Oh, I just got it. I guess it was in there somewhere. Okay, perfect. Hello. Quite the timing.
Did something...
Yeah. I think he's gonna spot me if I walk through there.
Is that something over there?
Oh god.
Did I see something?
No. No. Welcome. Oh, he's whistling this time. And hopefully the guy in the kitchen will just stick around in there, just like he did when we were in there. But they seem to have very sporadic patterns, what they do. One step then nothing. I guess I'll leave the door open so we can actually hear what he's doing. Come on. Can't really do anything about these lights either. Please move. What is he looking at? The instruments? Could maybe sneak in here, but he kind of spotted me last time, so... Okay, here we go. What? He's just taking like tiny little steps.
Huh.
What?
What was that?
Come on. This is insane. Come on. Just move. Well, away. Is he bugged or what is happening? Maybe his path is interlocked with the other guy somehow.
Is that something over there?
Had to be done. That was a bad save. That was a really bad save when I was standing in the light.
Nothing.
That was really bad. I don't know where the other guy went.
What might that be?
Okay, there was a door. Their hearing is quite good. Second I just take a step, normally you hear it through the walls and the floors. Gotta look for them hidden switches. All classic. Ah. No. Don't know about that. Seems like the guard is just stuck down there now, which is interesting. And good. Okay, I guess we need to find some clue to this password. Wasn't no. Dip dip.
Burnt out again. All right.
Can't read that note. Couldn't open these ones either. Okay, it's moving down. Perfect.
Burnt out again.
Display case key. Okay, that's the one we opened down below, I think. No, that was... Freaking knew it. Don't know what it opened though. I was going to bed. Aha! Wait, didn't he go to bed just now, or did she wake up? Or are they sharing body? What is going on here? They're very intimate. What the heck? More reading. We do need to... Barnaby Rollins' journal. That might contain the password, right? I've taken to writing my journal in the bathroom now, since it's an out-of-the-way location that only Deborah and I frequent. She thinks me silly, but you can never be too cautious. I suppose I could lug up a chair and table to the greenhouse if I wanted to be extra safe, but it would be quite a bother. Besides, I need all the room I can get up there for my cash crop. But surely that is the most secure place in my house, or is it my secret office behind the bookshelf? Haha, sometimes I even surprise myself with my ingenuity and fox-like cunning. Nobody would think to twist a coat hanger to open the trapdoor to the greenhouse. Well, I did. The secret office is even more secure with a number dial the inventors put into the desk. That reminds me, I have to put their note in my bookshelf. So I'm not locked out if I forget the combination. There might be more. Oh, that's it. Okay, perfect. So I just missed the note before. Oh, that might be... Okay, that is it, actually. Perfect. Jump! Oh, this is a nice greenhouse. That is very, very close. Jesus? It's gotta be on Moss Arrow up here. That's usually how it goes. No? Okay. I don't think we can get out of here. No, it's all fenced in. Let's read the note. To Mr. Barnaby Rawlin, on behalf of the Inventors Guild, I extend to you the gratitude for the purchase of the pneumatic bookshelf and accompanying locking mechanism. Your setup has been installed in your writing desk in the top left cupboard. The code has been set to 968. You may choose your own code by pressing down the button on the right side of the device while the lock is disengaged. And set your new code before releasing. If you get locked out, we will open it for you for 100 gold surcharge. Yours, Osbert Scroggs, Chief Engineer. What was it? 986? 968. Okay. Did he leave? Possibly. No. Someone is eating a carrot. There's been a lot of carrot eating lately. Hmm? Go back to bed. Or go downstairs. Do I need to pull the handle as well? I think I do. Objective complete. I didn't even know I had an objective in here, but okay. Cool. Drop the thing. Kind of interesting how the bookshelf just slid forward. Usually it opens up or goes to the side, but why not just have it do this? If you always reset it. That actually makes more sense. So what objective do we do? Miles also needed to find some incriminating evidence against Edric to shift the odds in his favor. Interesting. That was just in a random apartment. I mean, nothing is random, but still. Kind of like that. Brother Famine? I'm writing to let you know that I have dispatched a raven to kill a citizen in your domain, one Elias Thorne, who foiled our plans for the Amulet of Dreams. As you know, the raven is sworn to me, and only my word or life can stop him. I'm sure you understand the situation and will let him do his work unhindered. In the meantime, I hope you are close to finding who hired him. Once we locate him and the amulet, we can start infiltrating the Bridgeport government and putting them under our control. Yours, Gualtieri Fonte, Bishop of Santa Letta. List of shady transactions. I like it. This is probably the evidence that was for the objective, I would think. Yeah. And then we also got a new thing for reading the other thing. Oh yeah, we were looking for a painting somewhere. Oh, I've already forgotten that clue. Do we have that in a book, or do I need to go back and read that? Well... let your friends know that powerful people are on his tail by leaving the ominous note on his desk underneath the Smith residence. Okay. Why did I pick this one up? Of all the notes that we can't pick up, this was pick-upable. Maybe it's just a hint that we're gonna find 30 gold somewhere. Or there is something else to it. No, I don't think we picked up that note, right? Yeah, we didn't. I think I've tried to interact with all the paintings here. No, the paintings should be stashed somewhere. They shouldn't be from a house. Because he stole them and then I got a bad guilty conscience. And he hid them away somewhere. Is this guy still just standing here? Yeah. That's weird. Hefty list of objectives. Yeah, it is. And the previous mission in this series also had like maybe 4 to start off with. And then it kept adding stuff that we found. So it's good. But some of them are optional. So that's also fine. And you know, some are not really objectives. Don't get spotted. That's... I kind of want to head out that window since we haven't been there, but this guy might be a problem. Okay, so this is just around the corner where we couldn't go before. Perfect.
Oh. At least things are pretty quiet tonight. Oh.
Why am I lit up? Ugh. Don't know if that's gonna be openable. I can't stand on that beam over there, so probably not. Can jump across. I'm just very visible here. Which is very surprising, to be honest. Well... yeah, I don't know which light source. I guess this one. Okay, what do we have here? Potential windows, nah, no ledge, no ledge. And we got our rope arrows. This beam looks tasty. Yep. I guess the only way is down. That's okay. Nothing. Well, this back entrance door is to remain locked at all times when dusk and dawn. On staff, we rely on the rank. Captain and guard will have the key to this door.
What?
Yeah. Oh. Thank you, I guess. Oh, we turned around again. God damn it. Yeah, that was kind of an annoying note to read. What the hell? If you need to enter the house after sunset, go to South Market Street to the front entrance. Bottom of roll in. I feel like this is the house we're supposed to be in. Wait. Wait a minute. We don't see that name anywhere here, but... No, we're supposed to go to the Watchtower. And right now we are... by the Rollin residence. Okay. And we got the Smith residence. That's where we're supposed to drop off the note.
I don't care what he says.
Okay. Let's see, we're facing south. Okay. Oh, I'm very lit up here. Oh my lord. That wasn't even a note I could read. All my water arrows gone. Not really. I'm starting to get a feeling that there might not be like a main section to this mission, since we already found one of the objectives. So I think we're just gonna randomly, well not randomly, but we're gonna head into apartments, do a couple of things, and that's it. Oh, this is bad. God damn it. This guy has a torch as well. Where the fuck is he coming from? Never seen a guy with a torch and all of a sudden he just shows up. Yeah. Well, that's bad. That is bad news. I do wonder if we could shoot the lamp out of his hand. They might get a little bit suspicious if you do that, but...
The city's crawling with thieves lately. Burnt out again.
Give me two.
What's that sound?
No keys.
I care too much. That's my problem. I need to just relax.
We're facing west. We should be all the way north, right, at Periwinkle Street, looking down the staircase, I think, by the bakery. But there was also a staircase at the other end that is not marked on the map. Yeah, I guess that just leads into a building. Yeah, okay. So we're at the bakery right now. I think we were supposed to enter the watch place through the shipping company, where the circle is, so I guess we're saving this direction for last then. Maybe not last, but yeah. Hello level 1, this mod is darker than Heart Souls. It is. And I've even turned the brightness up for the stream a little bit today. It's still darker than hard mods. Wait, something. But it is also a very dark mission. Not all of them are have this true darkness to them.
Evening.
Yep.
Evening? Yep. Correct. It is evening. Good work. Alright, we gotta create some darkness here. This game is too bright. There we go. You're waiting on a chicken sandwich. Alright, that sounds good actually. You're gonna get hungry watching this game as well. There's so much delicious meat just hanging around everywhere. Can't lift the hats. So last mission we had a lot of stuff going on with the marketplace, so we're probably not gonna have that again. I mean, we're still running around doing errands, kind of, throughout the city. But I don't expect the marketplaces to be
The
involved.
wind is always putting those out.
They don't pay me enough to relight those things.
Bugger.
So it would be interesting to see how much it would change if I turned up the difficulty for their vision. I wonder if I would have gotten spotted here. I'm kind of okay with, as long as my light gem is in complete darkness, I should be safe unless they walk all the way up onto me. I'm okay with that.
Bugger.
Wow.
Burnt out again. Hmm? Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, the guy with the torch is actually walking around here as well. That's a bit of a problem.
Fast.
What was that noise? Bugger.
Hello, rat. Hello, arrow.
I'm not doing it this time.
Oh, what put that out?
The wind is always putting those out.
There's gotta be something here. We haven't found a single item. Well, we found the arrow, I guess. There's gotta be something else.
Yeah, it's not my job to light those things.
Okay, found some loot. I have... Okay.
I thought I heard something.
No. Oh boy. No. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's fine. He put down the torch though, or the lamp, so... Oh, and it turned off. That's pretty sweet.
Come on up where I can see you.
Nah, won't do that. I am actually stuck again, so... Yep, can't crouch, can't stand, can't move, can't jump.
Where are you hiding, you tougher?
Okay. Okay, we got that. Alright, this is a... Let's... Can I get up? There. No.
Wanna get the nail later?
Probably some bloody rat.
Yeah.
Lucky.
No. Jesus Christ.
I'm not doing it this time.
Welcome to the Happy Flower Bakery. Leave your sorrows at the door and enjoy a sweet delight, or perhaps a leavened loaf?
Yeah.
Baked in-house, with only the best ingredients. Perhaps you wish to revel in the morning bustle of the market, with tea and crumpets at our outdoor breakfast service from sunup till noon.
Better things to
Please
do.
don't hesitate to let us know what your heart desires.
Bollocks.
Okay.
Not again.
Please don't hesitate to let us know what your heart desires. We are here to serve. Alright.
Oh, I've got better things
Oh,
to do
God.
than light those up all the time.
I tried to vault, didn't work. Oh shit. He's walking someplace else, maybe? Yes.
Bugger. It shouldn't be so dark in here.
Sounds like the people in the bakery are still up, which makes sense. That's usually working hours, right? I don't think I can enter without him spotting me, so I want him to move away.
What put that out?
Better have my money.
Oh,
Gonna get me a good haul after this.
Excuse me? What's going on?
They're all probably playing cards and drinking ale right now.
that went out quickly.
Oh, she's got a key.
I can't be bothered to light it right now.
Cash box. Yes. I'm not gonna waste another water arrow in here. I mean, we could have done this without wasting one, but it just took too long. Oops.
Oh, you silly goose.
You silly goose. I think that's about it. Wait. That's a bread. I think that's just either a recipe or payment or something like that. Don't think it's gonna be important. Yeah. Note that separate items can be purchased for taking out. Ask a step. Yeah. Alright. So let's see. We're coming out of the bakery. Yeah, okay. Okay, so the staircase south of the bakery, the double staircase, which isn't marked as a staircase here, but that's the entrance to the City Watch. We could use that. I'm not gonna do that. But we want to sneak all the way across. There's like an alleyway, and there's also the Murdoch residence. So that's our plan.
Who lets the children stay up so late? There'll be little beasts in the morning.
Ooh, what's that smell?
Also want to head up on the awnings here.
Stink.
What a bugger.
We need a box to do that though. Maybe. This is not a real door. Nope. I don't think I can jump all the way up though. Can I? There's a box here. I don't think I can lift this. No. Oh, the guy with the torch is back. God damn it. Can't lift this box either. Yeah, we'd have a balcony right over there. Do not believe we've been up there. Oh god.
Alright.
Wait a minute. What's a money bag? 1 out of 13. This is the first one we're finding. Oh no. Was doing way better on the previous mission finding those secret items. I guess I'm just trying to jump all the way up. I feel like there is never enough time to do anything. They're always moving around. Okay, it worked. So we got a couple of windows that we potentially could interact with. It's even a doormat. So that has got to open. Now, I remember in the last mission it was really hard to jump from these for some reason. Don't know why.
That doesn't sound right.
So this might be the Murdoch resident, right? And the Smith resident should be the balcony we saw. No, that doesn't make sense either. But diagonally across, that's the bakery, so this should be the Murdoch residence.
Nothing now.
That's a nice dressing gown, or nightgown. What am I missing in here? Aha. No. Get. Okay. Alright, we're doing good on the loot, I think. We already got 1,000. Well, already. We don't really know how long the mission is. But 3,000 is the goal. The minimum. Is this a painting that was stolen, maybe? So are we actually in the walkway then? No. Unless we actually are. Yeah, that's gotta be it, right? So someone has already been in here, stolen those, and then they got regrets. Yeah. Really? Shh. Okay. I was kind of tricky to loot, I gotta say. A window doesn't open. That doesn't open. This leads somewhere. To a balcony. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna check that out. Have some damn respect. How would you like it if you opened your home to a stranger and they proceeded to empty their bowels in your loo like a horse and plug the damn piping? And on top of that, they prepared by eating the most repugnant, stinky, cabbage-ridden mess of a meal to make sure it makes even the builder's beard curl up in high heaven. A little common decency is all I ask. Don't make me call down the blacksmith to put a lock on my own bathroom. Geralt. You know, the one who actually lives here. So so this should be the safe house, or the where thieves are allowed to roam. Yep, I agree. Well, that wasn't a door. All right. That is such a nice little subtle thing, just a That's good. I also feel like I shouldn't steal from this guy, but, you know, gotta do what we gotta do. Currency, this is kind of touching on our story. I'm not gonna read it, so if you want, you can pause and read. It's just too much reading already. What a weird texture. Okay. Well, looks like there's one way in and one way out. Well, there was a second balcony as well. And we also got this. Geralt's instructions. Maid. Here is a list of dusty places that need to be cleaned. The door frames on the upper floor. The bookshelves in the living room, specifically by the fireplace. The end table overlooking Periwinkle Court. The kitchen cupboards, especially the one with the glasses. Above the bed in the master bedroom. In my daughter's clothes cabinet. So this, for some reason, is where all the valuables are, right? We did do above the bed. We did the kitchen. Bookshelves in the living room. I think we did that. That was a box. Door frames on the upper floor. Gotta check that out. We do have this note with us, so we can check that out. And also end table overlooking Periwinkle. Okay. Aha. Yeah, wouldn't have seen that otherwise, actually. My house is a shadow of its former glory. Since this influx of Taffers, what good is a large house in the center of town when you have to share it with... I just want to get up on the table, dude. They even stole my worthless paintings off of my walls. The nerve. I've managed to find a few hidden places where my valuables have been left alone so far. I'll take any small victory I can over these Taffers. Though I am afraid I will forget where they are if I don't write it down. I already lost one heirloom, or did it get stolen? I now think I have to come up with a few clever inconspicuous. Okay. So that's why it was written down like that. That's neat. But I feel like we didn't need that information. That's like, we already figured it out. But I guess if you don't figure it out, I don't know. So what else was there for us to find? Door frames, bookshelf, I think, and table overlooking periwinkle. We haven't done that. Daughter's clothes cabinet. I don't think we did that either. Oh, there was actually something here. What? Okay. Smash F everywhere. Okay, this is probably the daughter's room. But before, I'm gonna go get some coffee. Alright, back to business. No? Really? Not openable. Probably would have missed those if there wasn't a clue. So good. Don't really know what they mean by end table, but that's probably gonna make sense at some point. Can we vault up this? Yes. Gotta check the door frames. I think this is gonna be the one, right? That we already found. I would assume so.
Huh? Is somebody there?
Nope. Periwinkle Street should be north. So we gotta find ourselves to the northern parts here. The end table. Table end? The end table overlooking Periwinkle Court. Wait. It all depends on where we are. Periwinkle Court is actually all the way east. So that is nowhere near this, so that is strange. Are we in the Smith's residence, maybe? Maybe. Yeah, I think we are actually. Went across from the bakery. Yeah, we're in the Smith. Okay, so we should be in the northeastern part then. Which still makes this kind of decent.
Maybe it was a draft to put it out.
That's some thick glasses. But it also says overlooking. This window doesn't open. Maybe there's a painting overlooking, you know? We'll see. Oh, I think it's actually this one. Yeah, this is probably the loot that we found. I never heard the expression end table, but that's probably it. And those were kind of random when we found them, so it kind of makes sense that those would be those. Okay, I think we found all the secrets here, which weren't actually secrets. That one doesn't open. Alright.
Three sixes in a row.
So, yeah, it makes more sense. We're facing west right now. Yeah, that's a Smith resident. So 2 are left. The Murdoch resident should be something we can get into as well. Maybe from the south of Smith resident, or maybe on the other side. And we also have the balcony over to our north as well. That definitely doesn't open.
What's the point of making extra coin if I never get to spend it?
So what do we have to our east right here? Just an alleyway all the way back to Periwinkle, which I don't feel satisfied with searching through. Maybe we should focus on the main quest for now and do the rest of the city after. We could do that. Don't know how big the main section is going to be.
Well, there should be more guards on patrol tonight. Are they going to wait for someone to actually break in here before they finally listen?
Bugger. Bollocks, not again.
Just gonna wait for the guy with the torch to disappear. Then we're actually gonna down the alleyway to the left here.
Been how many months? And they still never tell me what's
I
going
hate
on.
this shift. What that is? A noise, bugger.
A noise, bugger. Gotta look for them secrets. So we could obviously enter through this way, but I do like to try to find the secret entrances. Even though this one isn't that secret, we got kind of directions for it. So it might be another one as well.
I drink horse piss before I drink that again.
Been a long day.
The torch guy is fine, actually. Problem? Oh, well, still problem. Torch guy is coming. He's gonna see me. Oh, I'm actually in his shadow. That was incredible. Okay, this isn't really marked. I think we've... might have been looking down here, maybe not. Didn't mean to pick that up. It's a good painting. That was a secret. Yeah, the secrets are, you know, I don't know why is that a secret and not something else. I don't know. I'll take it. Maybe because there's not too many openable drawers in this mission. And that was kind of a unique one, maybe. Oh. Neat. So we're facing west. I don't know what this is. Could be another way into the City Watch, I guess. So we went all the way south into the little hallway. Or alleyway, then we went to this house. Now we're looking west. I don't know what we're looking at here. Does not seem to be another way up. Horses? Officer Snuggles. It's always disappointing when you can't lift the hat and find a ring underneath. What's happening? Oh shit. Of course there had to be a guy. I bet this leads into the watch as well. Yeah, I think it does, since he's named Officer Snuggles. Seems to make sense that he's a watchman, right? Or a city guard or whatever. That's the horse making those sounds. I think it's still out there. He might just be looking down this hallway, right? So... almost regret getting into this cubicle there. Can see what's going on. There we go.
What was that?
Can't believe he spotted me there again. That's insane. Horse, what are you hiding in here? Oh shit. The horse wasn't hiding anything. Yeah, there's no way back up, so well, let's hope for the best here. This has got to be the Watchtower, right? Yep. So I do not believe this is the way the game kind of hinted that we could head in here. So I'm really happy about finding just a different way. Shit, it's very bright here.
At least the streets are pretty quiet. Wasting my nights walking the streets for hours. I could be working for some fat nobleman in a warm mansion and make twice as much.
Sell 5 keys. Seems to be it.
They don't pay me to relight those.
Okay, we're getting some nice keys here. We don't have a map for the indoor area. I wonder if we're gonna find one. Probably not. He woke up? Don't know if I touched his feet. Yeah, I guess I did. Incredible.
Come on, you cock-brained whore.
Cock-brained whore. Nice. Can't do this from up here. Lockpick it. Yeah, it was kind of annoying that his feet were sticking out of the bed a little bit. Hopefully they will calm down. Don't think those are lootable. There's nothing on the table. He might have some arrows in his quiver. Might have to.
We got an intruder on the premise.
You cocky-brained
You
coward.
can't escape, thief.
He's got something. Oh, he's got a carrot. Is that it? Yeah, it's a carrot. Okay, I guess I can't loot that, but.
I'm gonna gut you slow when I find you.
Alright. Can you guys return?
Come face me.
Hello, Miriam. Not child-friendly, that guy. No. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's even more people. I kind of want this key, though.
Stay on your guard.
Bugger.
You can't escape, thief.
Ah. Well, I got the key, but to what cost? Alright, let's not touch his feet this time around. I don't know why I touched them. Because they're not sticking out through the model here, so that was a little bit strange. Okay, we got all the keys still. Can I vault up in between into the bunk here? I don't think I can, so I'm not gonna try that. It's really hard to tell if all this light will travel. I'm gonna try to make my way over to the painting here. No. Yeah, we haven't been able to loot a single painting in this mission, so I don't think there's gonna be anything. I think that's it. Don't touch his feet. He's ticklish.
Can't blame that one on me. I wasn't even there. I thought I heard something.
I tried to vault, but yeah, you know, sometimes you just can't do it.
So hungry.
So he's not one of the guards that had a key on him. Beanie Beanie and his accomplices. A crew draped in shadow. Not much is known of them. It is known, however, that they have much sway in the inner workings of Brookdale. In some cases, down to dictating the everyday lives of its citizens. Other members include the following dark figures. Amadeus, Bookie, Goldwell, Cambridge, Boilers, His, Suave Steve, Taffa Boy. These are probably like Kickstarter backers or something like that, patrons, like that. Would think so. Cool.
Been a long day. Huh?
He heard that. I hate when they hear when you're crouched and dropping down somewhere. Sometimes they will hear you. Why can't I vault? Why? I guess you can't vault onto saves for some reason. Like every single other thing you can do. I remember this being a issue in a previous mission as well.
Come on out.
Reward of 1500 gold for information that leads to the capture or death of one Orwell Churchy. Wanted for grand larceny, impersonating an officer of the law, and appropriation of government property. Orwell is a known associate of the street gang known as the Blooded Bulldogs here in Brooksdale. He's purportedly...
Come on out now. Let's get this over with.
Purportedly? Purportedly? 5 feet, 10 inches, medium build, and fair to model skin. Only ever seen in black clothing with a hood. Report information was not reward. So it might be... Could there be 1500 gold in this safe here? Maybe. Upper Brooksdale patrols Wednesday night. Giles patrol from the lobby of the Sit Watch to the gate. Baldwin patrol around Heritage Square. That's kind of cool. Norman patrol in between the market and Periwinkle Court, including blah blah blah. I'm hoping we're gonna get a quest sending us out to kind of frame a guard or something, and we need to put something in their patrol route. That could be cool. Edric's office key. Okay, that's good. Oh, that's the main door. Okay. It doesn't really help us too much since we don't have a map for the indoors area. But I would suppose that is the main, so that should be east. And it is. Alright. And this is the lobby, so yeah, it all makes sense. You open a big game. Okay, I think this guy is not patrolling back here. I thought it left this way when I was over by the safe, but this is the guy actually patrolling out on the front. Up or down? Down? They're giving me a lot of broadhead arrows. And we're heading down into a basement. That could suggest that we're going to be fighting spiders or zombies. Is that a hidden wall? Or hidden door? No, it's just a bad seam. Alright. Couldn't tell if that door is above us, or if it was behind this one. I think it's actually above. Maybe? So far the torches and placement of stuff has been a little bit better in this mission than the previous one in this series. Well, a lot of doors we just had to open and we had absolutely no shadows to work with. Here, I can douse this torch and be safe, or I can risk it and just open it up. So at least we're getting options here.
Will teach him to show up for a shift with liquor on his breath.
It is really interesting how few times we actually use our water arrows. Because I'm always saving them up. You know, playing through the Thief games, that was your most used item, I feel like. I don't know if they gave you way more equipment in the Thief games. I don't actually remember if you saved your money from mission to mission and you could always spend those money on the next one. So maybe, since these missions are not really connected, you don't really keep your money between missions. Which I still think would have been fine, maybe. If it worked somehow. It's like an interrogation room, I would think. Okay.
That was poorly lit.
Don't...
Huh?
Oh, he's the carrot man. Perfect. Well, actually not perfect. I want a little key of the key guy. Don't know if we can get back up from this. I think we can. This might be an alternative way in, I'm thinking. Or it's just extra. Spider web. I got a bad feeling about this. Oh. Is this gonna be as hard to get out of as in the previous mission? No. Yes. Kinda need to do some wonky stuff. If you don't have rope arrows. So I'm not actually grabbing onto anything here. But we're kind of stuck. How did I do this? Oh, I crouched. Okay. Well, oh. Then you're up. Okay. Feel like we might have a parchment actually that I haven't read. No, we read that one. Geralt's, yes, I know, ominous low note. List of shaded transactions, proof of purchase. Yes. Cook's, note from Ralph. Yeah. I think we haven't read this. I'm getting old. I just can't keep up with the young blood anymore. Taffers these days are doing things me and my generation would never dream of. I heard just last week some slick kid named Orville, who runs with a local gang, hit the watch station in the Upper Brooksdale to recover stolen property. More like re-steal, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, apparently he dressed up as a watchman and was able to just stroll right in there and pick it up. No one the wiser. He then made off with a constable horse, the bugger. I will write it off as a tall tale, if not for the fact I saw the wanted poster on Periwinkle Street today. He better hope they don't catch him, or they throw him in the dungeon with Bill the Butcher, who hasn't seen the light of day nor a woman's body in the better part of 2 decades. That's no way for a thief to end up. I'm sure glad they never caught me. Slow and steady wins the race, as they say. That reminds me, I still have a few stashes scattered around town that I never went back for. I can't very well reach the bloody things now, in my old age though. I wonder if that arrow is still stuck underneath the bench on the Tender Rose balcony. I might be able to sell that for some scratch. Okay. An arrow that is worth money, interesting. That's if they even let me up there. Oh, and there was that ring I had to stash in a hurry in the corner of the support beam by the house next to the city wall on Scarlet Court. Haha, good times. I guess I will have to make do with the purse in my bookshelf for now. I think this is the book we actually stole from our neighbor, our very first book. I don't think I ever read that, because there was a purse in his bookshelf. And he's probably an old thief as well. So once we're back on the street, we're gonna have to read this again. I will not remember any of this. That's my journal. Yeah, so the very second one I never read. Alright, cool. Have we been in here? I don't know.
Wind is always putting miles out. Great. Huh?
Okay, this is the Murdoch residence. I'm not in a good spot here.
Was that something? When did that go?
Okay. Another secret. What was that, number 3? Yeah, we haven't found too many of these. I'm assuming the note, well, the note we got from our neighbor, that shouldn't be secrets, right? I don't think so. I gotta say, these 2 missions that we played so far in this series, they've been really good. This one, well, we haven't searched the whole Watchtower yet. The previous one, that was pretty good city part, and then the indoors part was a little bit weaker because of all the the stuff we had to do without, you know, cover. But it makes sense to break into a lot of apartments and stuff like that to get our loot. It feels natural being a part of a small mission like this. And especially if you compare it to how Thief 3 did it, where you got a big city, but it's only for moving across between missions, basically. Sure, there was some loot as well, but it just felt it was too big, and it was in between missions. This is a part of the mission. It makes more sense. It's just really good. Hello again, level 1, or hello still, something. Had to remove 17 frames from that animation, but still looks alright. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so we could have gone in this way as well. Interesting. This is just across to the thing. Yeah, alright. I love watching women sleep. Wait. Journal of John Murdoch, 3rd of October. May the builder have mercy. The crime in this part of town is nigh unbearable. Just a few days ago, there was even a break-in at the City Watch right across the street from us. Unbelievable. They are now on high alert and have increased patrols, which is certainly a good thing. Although it doesn't satisfy my concerns entirely. My oath of a neighbor, Gerald, seems to get most of the thieves and blackguards going through his place. They are not welcome here, which is why I have decided to hire Robert to patrol our house at night. Not cheap, but worth it. Well, that was pointless. Unless we need to know that his name is Robert. For some reason. Oops. We got a nice house, Murdoch.
What?
Okay. Ladders?
Someone else is going to have to do it. Though I bet. Yes, yes. Someone else is going to have to do it. Though I bet they won't.
Nobody knows what's beyond the city wall. I'm telling you, Frank. You know Fieldstone Barrow, right? Do you really? We've all been there. But I bet you couldn't give directions to save your life. Nobody can. I'm telling you, Frank, something isn't right with this place. Just last night, I leaned out my window on my tippy toes and looked over the roof. Do you know what I saw? An inky abyss. That's what. Something very strange is going on. And another thing, Frank. When was the last time you remember something from the day? The daylight, the sun, anything. It's like we're living in a perpetual night. I'm telling you. We should meet up and try to figure this out. Yours, Jay. That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. That is the best little Easter egg I've ever seen. Oh, that was a secret. Alright, nice. Yep, that is definitely what it feels like. don't know exactly where we're at. Let's see, we're coming out of the Murdoch. That's... can we get back up? Maybe we can get out on that balcony from inside this thing. Let's check that out. No. Alright. I guess we're searching this place before heading back up there, because we might have to drop down. There's also the guard. Well. Ladders.
If they spent a little more money, they might last longer.
Well, good thing I climbed up. So let's see, dropping out would be... Wait. How did I... Where...
Well, it's not going to end well.
Oh yeah, that opens. It isn't highlighted, I feel like. Maybe it is. Is it? Oh, it kind of is. So we're looking east out of the Murdoch residence.
Of course.
I think that kind of connects with the Thieves Highway, right? But maybe there is no way of getting getting down there or up to those balconies. We're definitely checking it out. Ladders? Thank you.
What was that?
Quiet.
I don't have anything to light it with.
Oh, perfect.
What?
What?
What did I see there?
I guess there's nothing. Oh, that wasn't even a door. Alright, well.
Someone else is going to have to do it, though I bet they won't.
Ladders? Ladders? How do they work? Nobody knows.
Probably nothing.
And we're gonna have to just touch that in case there is an achievement for that. Probably not. There's no achievements in this game. Okay. Let's not fall down. Don't know why I fell last time. Sometimes you're just being pushed off of the wall. I don't think we can climb these. They're gonna be too steep. If we're going for this balcony, I don't think we're getting back up again. I guess we could vault that, and jump back across. Might not be impossible.
It's not going to end well.
Yeah, that is pushing it really hard.
I warned them both.
Could also just drop down on this roof and continue over here. So that's why I'm thinking it links up with the Thieves Highway somehow. Yeah. That is the Thieves Highway. So, all the dotted lines, I think those are roofs that you can walk on. Probably. Or balconies or something. Because we walked along the house, turned right, and now we're right above the Thieves Highway. Which... I guess we haven't been on this side, I think. Because we went directly east from our own place before. So I kind of want to check that out as well. And if we drop down, we're gonna have to move through the entire city again, I think. So I don't want to drop down. Can I vault this? Maybe. Do we have rope arrows? No.
If they spent a little more money, they might last longer.
Am I gonna fall too far? Oh, I guess we can always jump from...
Quiet, huh?
Excuse me? Which house is this? This should be the Smith resident. No? Yeah. I think we've actually been on this balcony. I'm pretty sure.
No point in bringing it up.
Yeah.
Listen to me anyway.
That's the guy patrolling the Murdoch residence. So, there is a good chance, since this was the Smith resident, this is where the paintings have been stolen from. The clue to where we should find those was maybe out the balcony and on the roof or something, so I definitely need to search this. Or maybe this is where we're supposed to deliver them. We're gonna have to read that note if we don't find the paintings naturally. I'm just reloading because I don't want to wait for this.
What am I supposed to do?
Jeez. Cheesy.
It's not my fault, I'm right.
Oh. Yeah, this is where we stack the boxes. So we went up this way, and we could have gone this way immediately. Interesting, so we're all the way back at the start right now. Oh. Oh. I missed that before. But how in the heck? Okay, that was a little bit easier than I expected. Well. Challenge disclaimer. Player beware, behind the top right cupboard door is a series of challenges that the player may choose to partake in. Choose should they feel the need. It is recommended that the player save the game before reading any of the notes. Most of these challenges are meant as extra content for those replaying this mission. You have been forewarned. If you seek an extra challenge to this playthrough, go ahead and use the key to unlock the door. Signed, Beanie. Well, that's interesting. is it actually breaking the fourth wall, or is it referring to some in-game game? They wouldn't have save functions, right? So I think it's addressing me. What did you say? The top right cupboard? What? Behind the top right cupboard door is a series of challenges. This is interesting. I'm definitely making a very hard save here. If it just adds some objectives, that's fine. If it brings us to a different world where we're fighting spiders and stuff like that, we might not do it. But if it's just extra stuff, sure. I'm down. Nicholas, I have finally cracked it. The basic perturbance, in the orbital motion, phasic I think it says, of Jupiter, which has vexed us for much a long time, is actually the going of a massive moon. I saw it with my very eyes this eve. It was only a glint, really, off the left side, but I did some calculations and it looked promising. I'm going to continue observing and come meet you when my calculations are complete. Something about a moon and Jupiter. Is that a hint? I can't pick that up. That's not Jupiter, by the way. That is. Why can't I open this one drawer? Okay, well, let's check out the challenges. Whatever this is. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh shit. Okay, the floor is lava. Am I not allowed to touch a floor anywhere? That seems extreme. Ghost. Completionist. Okay, these... Okay. They were not kidding around. Let's read them though. I think these are gonna be impossible to use. The Ratter. As the Ratter of Booksdale, you are tasked with eliminating a nasty disease carrying rats that infest this part of town. You will have to put an arrow through every rat in the mission. 5 in total. Not too bad, but yeah, not that interesting either. Be aware that the rats cannot be killed by any melee weapons. Only then the citizens... Okay. So that's not very interesting. Gold fever. You have been struck with a bad case of gold fever, and the only cure is to find all pieces of loot in the mission. Your total loot has to be 4688. Okay, that's good information to know how much is actually in the mission. Challenge melts well with the completionist. This is a challenge for the one who wishes to experience all the mission has to offer. Your objective will be to find all 6 hidden objectives and complete them. Challenge is not included. 4 side missions, all secrets, and tipping off your fence. For an extra challenge, take on the challenge of Gold Fever alongside this one. Your challenge is to stay undetected for the entirety of the evening. The principle you follow is to take only loot, leave only footprints. This means you are not allowed to knock anyone out, either exception is made for 1 side mission. Interesting. This challenge melds well with Gold Fever and Completionist. This challenge is for the very adventurous. Your objective will be to finish the mission without touching the ground. Touching the ground will instantly kill you, so beware. Note that this challenge will conflict with the other challenges. You will also be hard-pressed to finish the side missions available elsewhere, or certain pieces of loot will be out of reach. There is still enough to fulfill any requirements, however. That didn't bring us a new objective, I think. If taken on the Ghosts challenge, don't alert anyone and don't knock anyone out. That's already failed, so it goes back. That's a little bit... Well, I guess for a second playthrough, you know what's up and you can start this immediately, yeah. Gold Fever Radar. Yeah, but the floor is lava, it's not showing up here. I guess since I accepted some of the other ones, I can't do that. Alright. That's cool. It's gonna be too difficult and we already failed some, so... Wait. No, I wanna load. Okay, I see. So I'm not even gonna pick them up because I might open them by mistake and then we're gonna add some stuff. But 4688 is the total money. That's good to know. How much are we up to? We need 3,000 to complete the mission. And we're up to 2,000. So we're looking decent, not extremely good. We haven't found too many of the secrets, so I'm still hopeful. We have found 3 or 4 secrets. That's really cool. I gotta say. Now, let's see if we can get back here. We can.
I care too much. That's my problem. I need to just relax.
Ah, he heard.
I don't recognize that sound.
So, apparently there is a side mission that requires us to knock someone out. Don't think we've found that. I think we've added 1, maybe 2 side missions. Seems like there's 4 in total.
I'm gonna do my job.
Yeah. I don't know how ladders work. Might as well open that one up. That's just right below, taking us out into... We haven't actually been down here, so we might as well check this out while we're here. Because we never went down to the street level. Avery, I know you like to use this as your drop spot, so I figure it's the best way of getting your attention. I'm now out of jail and looking for a running partner, though I got to say, I never want set foot in that jail again. That Corporal Vernon is a real crackpot. He keeps treating the inmates like they're his personal caged songbirds. He kept saying, we're one big family, but when you get dragged into the interrogation room, it's a whole other jar of worms. Anyway, I need to get that experience behind me with a good old heist or something. I'll be at the Parched Hound Sunday evening if you're interested. Patrick. Why am I reading this? Maybe we can meet up with Patrick after reading this? Or maybe we're supposed to drop something off here later. Maybe he will give us a quest and we're gonna have to drop something off here. Yeah, I don't think that's a place we can reach. Business week, 5 water arrows and flash bombs sold to something. Sewell took up the job to hit the Tanner Guild. The documents requested were returned along with loot. Around 500 gold. Elias took the job to hit Harrington. Amulet was received. Yeah. Maybe we will find those things around the map. Didn't really add a new quest or anything like that. Oh. Oh shit. Okay, he's going back in. Okay. That's about it. I feel like I missed some hidden switches and whatnot in some places. The last mission in this series, we had those hidden switches in the wall. There were a lot of hidden stuff like that. We found a coat hanger and a secret bookshelf, but that's about it in this mission, so I bet there's more. Daring heist. Harrington Manor. Yeah. Okay, so those nameplates are actually going to be handy later when we need to deliver the paintings to a certain place. Taffers are allies? Taffers Alley. Okay. Oh, those are the paintings. Oh. We got the paintings. Now, do we know where to put them? Place Geralt's paintings on his desk for the remorseful Taffer who stole them. Okay. Well, that's good, because his place is right above us as well. As long as we can get back up, that's good. Mm-hmm. I go up. You have all demonstrated in uncertain terms that you do not intend to let any lock stop you from using apartment and therefore in Barrow Street. I will no longer attempt to stop you and further attempt to remedy through belongings. All valuables will be deposited on the table on the left as you enter. There is no need to make a mess. Speaking of, I have a request to make. Do not lumber through my apartment if you have stepped in mud or dirt. Okay. Well, he seems to kind of be fed up with... yeah, we got that loot. There was loot right on the table. That's probably the room we're looking for. The room down here was the daughter's room. Don't go this way, sir. Thank you. Is this where I'm putting them? No. Maybe here. Ah, this makes sense. Yeah. It would be kind of interesting if... I'm just gonna check this out. Yeah, it would be... Okay, I can pick these up again. That's fine. But... we haven't seen any missions do this, I think. That... some of the loot that you pick up that could be used for side quest, you could keep it to reach the total amount, but if you have a surplus, you can use some of the loot that you pick up and put it in the side quest areas. So it has two uses. That would be kind of cool, actually. Let's see, we gotta go back to, gotta go back to the mansion and go through the toilet to get back to where we were. Didn't I go back once already? Oh yeah, then we left through the... okay, I see. Then we left through the front door. I remember now.
What was that?
What was here, me?
Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, the ladder worked.
What
Why?
am I supposed to do? Not say anything? It's not my fault I'm right. What's that sound? And what?
Alright, down the crapper. I'm surprised there isn't a lot of, you know, shit on the floor here. Here's some splashing sound as you're walking through. And some ugh. Oh god. Ugh. Hope this is worth it. Ugh. Would be nice. By nice, I mean awful. Alright, interrogation room there. We've done that. We've done this. Well, I don't recall where the guard went last time, but I mean, it's been an hour. There is. He's gonna go through the door over here, I think.
Bad feeling about this shift.
He's got a carrot. Maybe it's a golden carrot. Jail cell roster. Last updated. Blah, blah. Cell 1. Bill the Butcher. Real name unknown. Murder. Multiple accounts. Cell 2. Loitering. Cell 3. Currently unoccupied. We have the cell 5, I think. I got the 5 penny stack. Well, prostitution. Public indecency. Public vandalism. Maybe we're supposed to only release non-murderers, right? Yeah, we got cell 5. That's just a hooker. That's fine. I cannot steal the carrot. How sad.
Nice.
Nice.
Of course the stew isn't fresh. If I want some fresh meat in the stew, then somebody's got to pay for it.
I'm gonna wait for him to turn around again. He's definitely spotting me. He might see me here as well, actually.
Something? Did I see something?
No. You saw nothing. Oh, it's a bottle in his hand. Is also a guy sleeping? Or worse?
Blame that one on me. I wasn't even there.
I thought that was a desk and that I would be sitting facing the wall. That's why I moved over here. I kind of regret that now. Especially since he's just sitting for so long. I think we need to waste a water arrow here.
I see something.
Yeah, this guy's really annoying.
I see something.
Prisoner food. This bucket is for prisoner food only, including but not limited to stumps, crumbs, scraps of meat, partially fouled ingredients, and other things suitable for pigs.
Huh.
Can I eat an entire fish?
Nothing after all, then.
I can. Perfect.
Taffer.
Is he always going to be sitting here now? This is quite annoying. Maybe there is nothing else to this place. Yeah, that's like the second guy that just moves someplace and...
God, I'm so bored.
I actually want to put some good food in the bucket. Can we do that? Maybe there's a... something... Yeah, maybe the fish. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten the fish myself. Okay. Now the prisoners are getting maybe booze. I do want to see if this guy who's sleeping might have something on him. Oh, he had a pouch. Kind of forgot about that.
Well, damn, where did he go?
Alright, I think that's it. Alright, we're still 1,000 short for finishing the objective. And what was the total amount for this mission? I think it was 4688 or 4866. So we kind of gonna have a good idea on how well we're doing here. I'm gonna do this. Today we welcome another member to our little family. Agatha Sackwell was charged for soliciting carnal pleasures on the streets of South Brooksdale. Not a girl. I am happy to see the fairer sex represented on our cell block. Though I think that we should keep the key to her cell far away for her own good. That's the one key we have. The guards might take the key hanging on the rack as an invitation to some free fun. Oh. Let's spare her that at least. However, my limited interactions with her suggests that she wants to continue her practices. Oh. It seems Quentin's condition is improving. I was afraid the cell block would never sleep again due to his coughing. But he's quiet now. Even after 3 sessions in the interrogation room, I've got not a word of his loot from the heist. I know he did it somewhere before we caught him. I'll give him a few more opportunities to confess before I call in the heavy muscle. I'm really hoping he will tell me in confidence so I can inspect the hall myself before I tell Edric. It seems Adams is at it again. This time he's protesting his lowered ration of food. I had no choice but to decrease his ammunition. He makes a terrible stink of his cell, and there is nobody working here who would stoop to cleaning those walls off. In other news, Bill might be getting a roommate soon. I'm so excited for him. A thief named Orwell broke in here a few nights ago and stole a bunch of things. Most egregiously for Inspector Nibbles. The nerve. Inspector Nibbles is probably the horse that he stole, right? Big mistake. We will find him and we will regret the day he was born. The captain has entrusted me with a new key to the evidence lockup, so that we don't have any more accidents, should we get broken into again. Nobody is stupid enough to break into the jailer's office, even to get a key to the evidence room. It'll rest safely behind my journal. The second solitary cell, meanwhile, is no longer empty. They brought in a street beggar to be part of a little family, who goes by Sticker Rick. Turns out his cough is worse than Quentin's, to the point that consumption can't be ruled out. I think it's safer for the rest of the family if he stays in solitary confinement for the time being, to see if he will survive. I'll put the key far away so we don't have any mishaps. If he does survive, he can have Patrick's old cell. No sense in leaving it empty. Note from Patrick. Oh, that one we read. So, which keys did we get? We got evidence lockup from behind there, and then we also grabbed cell 3, 6, 4. And we have 5 since before. Okay. I don't know if we're supposed to release all of the prisoners or a selected few.
Having a good night then. I guess it's burned out.
Can we speak to her before we, no.
I need a good strong ale if I'm going to make it through this night. I guess it's burned out.
I don't see like any secrets or anything in there.
Wait until she hears about this.
Ah man, I keep scrolling past the key I want. There we go. I'm gonna have to check the roster here again because I feel like letting a murderer out could be a bad thing.
I'd never be finished. I've worn my fingers to the bone with that.
Huh?
Why did you say Rashid? Okay, I didn't notice that the cells were open. Do we have number 1? I don't think so. We got 3, 4, and 6. And 3 we have already opened, so 4 and 6 we have also. Why is he knocking on the cell door? He was knocking on number 2.
I need a good strong ale if I'm going to make it through this night.
Number 2, Sticky Rick, loitering, begging, 2 weeks confinement, seems to be ridden with consumption. Okay, so we can open 2, how about 6? Thief, yeah sure. Oh, does he actually leave? Oh my god. I'm expecting the carrot to be turning into a key or something. Maybe we need to figure out that that's also a key. He's not doing too well, I think. You check number 4 out as well. That's the key we have, right? Yeah. Public vandalism, attempt rabble rousing. That's fine. I think they might be dead though, so you know, it probably doesn't matter too much. Food not works. Is this the guy who was shitting himself? I don't know. Fuck up your arse. Cock up your arse, you cuckwit. Okay. Yeah, okay, so he smears that with his poo, I would think. So, nice. There's gotta be something to this. Maybe the doors that we can't see through. Maybe those are gonna be more interesting. This one is not even interactable. And neither is this. Interesting. Lady, are you hiding something in there? Kinda doubt it. This is, strange. I kind of expected some of them to maybe have like a note saying where they hid the loot in the outside world, or something like that. There's absolutely nothing. Well... That was the kitchen, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's it for the basement then. I think he's coming down here. Be right back.
Trying to remember.
Greetings.
Yes, sir.
Indeed, it was coming down again. Perfect timing. Evidence lockup. Don't think we found that. This is where we came from. Feels weird if evidence should be up here, but maybe. How dark is it here? It is actually darker than it looks. What the hell?
What was that? Oh, those shadows look just like a person.
Oh, he's got a key.
That's an odd noise.
That was a little bit too... okay. Okay. Gotta remember that thing. Actually, I'm gonna close the door. He's coming up again. My informant over the tender Rose, Gavin, had some very interesting news to share with me this evening. Usually we are scouting the clients of the place for potential information. This time, however...
That's an odd noise.
Okay. This time, however, it seems that the owner of the place, Randall, seems to be involved in shady deals with local gangs to influence powerful clients to make decisions that benefit them. I'm not yet sure how to classify this, but I'm sure there is a crime being committed. I must consult the bylaws. I'll report later. I think that's a clue to find the ledger at Randall's place. What was that his name? No, that was Rollin, I think. So yeah, I don't know what this is all about.
I swear it was there a moment ago.
I still think there is a little bit too much reading in these missions, in this series. Because it's really hard to keep track of everything. And kind of filter out what is important, what is not, what is clues, what is not, what is lore. And you know, we picked up one note, there is another note here, there is another note there, there is another note there. And we already read 15 books, or 20 or something. A little bit too much. For my taste. And one more note here, of course. It's been at it again, this time. I'm not hidden. I'm guessing that notes that you can actually pick up are going to be somewhat important, whereas notes that you can't pick up are not going to be that important. Oh, I could do that, but I need to... it disappears. I need to be standing up while I'm reading. After 3 of the botch robbers, passage general, Baldwin I've seen... There's not a chance in hell I can ever read that. This is pointless, I gotta say. Can you leave? You did come from... Thank you. Yeah, make up for the money, fighting ensued, and Andrew was able to hobble back in the station from this ordeal. I don't think there's anything important. On furlough. I'm on furlough until Monday to deal with family matter. For inquiries about investigation, please contact Sergeant Howard. Inspect back there. Oh, a hat? That wasn't a secret. More books. Oh no. Oh no. Captain is off duty. Nobody is to enter the captain's office until he returns tomorrow morning. If for any reason there is an emergency, you must have the supervision of the key is in the safe in the lobby, which Corporal Thomas can open for you. You'll find... We do have that key, we found that early on. Is this it? You'll find him in sleep, though... that's fine. So there shouldn't be anyone in here. This should be a safe room. Yeah. Alright, let's get to some reading. I think I'm gonna bind a couple of keys here, which I haven't bound before. I kind of noticed them today when I was binding my old keys. Cycle readables. Yeah, okay, that's good. So I can quickly go to the latest one, otherwise I need to scroll through everything. So that's good. Ugh. I'm skimming through this. I'm getting tired of reading halfway through these missions always. If I were able to, I would break into the evidence lockup and take the pagan regeneration brew that was confiscated from the witch Livita Petham. In the notes, it said the potion has an ability to heal bones. It's probably a regular healing potion, right? If I could get a hold of it and switch it with the regular health potion next to Andrew's bed, he could recover and no one could be the wiser. Then I can finally let him know how I really feel about him. Oh, my sweet Andrew. This seems like it should be a side quest, but it didn't trigger anything. Maybe it will when we... Yeah, there we go. So once again we're gonna play Cupid, right? Oh, yeah, okay, I thought it was actually two guys getting together, but help Caroline save Andrew by leaving the potion on the table next to him. Who is Andrew? God damn it. Andrew came back to the station barely able to walk and a glass of look. The cook has a medicinal skill, yes. Well, we don't know who Andrew is. Maybe he's got his own room or something. We'll see. I'm skimming through this as well. Talking about the isolation cells again, or the solitary ones. Those were the ones we couldn't get to. Inspector Bexley is working on the report of the incident at Bassett General Store where Andrew got hurt. She seems rather concerned with his health, as I saw her go down in the kitchen and check on him several times. Oh, he's the guy sleeping in the kitchen. I see. Okay. So that's good. Okay, that's all the information we needed from that one, I think. Tender Rose, it seems there are dealings with local gangs that are exploiting the patrons of the place. I've had my eye on Randall for a while now and I want to see him behind bars. Okay. That didn't trigger anything new. Yeah, we heard a couple of things about Tender Rose, and we also have a side quest for it, I think. Contact Marston over the Station 17 regarding missing weapons shipment. Prepare for dinner at Lord Cavendish. Make sure to have several points to erode faith in Miles Harwell. Finish sorting evidence against him. Key is behind the sofa. Okay, that's what we need. See Mr. Rollin at Periwinkle Court. Regarding depth and potential, okay. Reading! I hope this letter finds you well and that you have not forgotten that you are still in debt for products purchased. I keep meticulous records. I'll let you have your last delivery on credit due to your standing on in Brooksdale Society. I see now that it was a mistake to hold you to such high a standard. I'll give you a chance to come by my residence and settle your accounts. You know where I live, at the top of Periwinkle Street. Rollin. Okay. Yeah, that's probably if you didn't find his place, right? I'm pretty sure. Did I need to plant anything? I don't think so. Key is behind the sofa. Is it? Oh, it is. Portcullis key. Oh. Well, I'm happy I actually went up here. I went for this mask, and then I saw that this got highlighted. And it actually opened up this. And this is what the key is for, right? Indeed. Now, I don't remember if we needed to plant anything. I think we just needed evidence, right? Break into the watch station and steal the cache of evidence against Miles. Yeah, Miles also needs you to find some incriminating evidence against Edric. Yes. So now we need the loot. We need to help Caroline. We haven't found the lockup yet. The evidence locker. The defense know that powerful people are in the tail while leaving the ominous note on his desk underneath the Smith residence. Okay. Oh, yeah, that is where we found the arrows and stuff like that. We know where that is. Perfect. Okay. So we got everything under control, actually. So now we're closing in on that. Now we just need to find all the loot, you know? There's some. This is a little bit intriguing. Is that anything? I don't know. There's been some missions where we can actually remove loose planks. Because you can actually see up there. It is a tunnel. But I cannot interact with the planks. I cannot interact with the bolts. Don't think it's anything. Oh. More reading. Yay, I'm so happy I opened this one up. It is interesting how some drawers you can open and some not. It's a little bit frustrating, actually. Because it is kind of satisfying just opening everything up and then find something in some of them, but not being able to open them at all. Kind of makes you not look for them as much. It happened again. What is Captain Marston's problem over at 17? How can those weapons crate have been redirected twice? At some point, you have to rule out incompetence in favor of malice. We're running very low on arrows and swords. At this rate, we'll have to send out next month's recruits with nothing but leather pants and harsh language. Well, they got the language down, I think. I really need to fix this issue lest it come back and haunt me in the election. I can't have the crime rate surge and not have any way to fight it. If I am to have any chance of convincing the council that I am tough on crime. I may have an idea that is pretty risky, but could be very fruitful. Barnaby Rawlin seems like he has a lot of power and sway in the underworld of Brooksdale. And he may be able to sway certain elements to dial down the crime for a little while, just until after elections. Once Lieutenant Frost takes over operations here, I could care less what happens. The only problem is Mr. Rollin has changed his tone towards me of late, and it may be a hard sell to have him help me. The only thing I could think of is to offer him favors in return as alderman. But then again, for all I know, he already has a relationship with Miles, and that could backfire spectacular on me. I have decided to move my cache of evidence against Miles to my personal stash. I can't trust the evidence lockup after I got raided a few days ago. I can't lose it now. I'm so close to being able to knock him off his seat. Thankfully, his Orville Church fellow didn't steal those books. I'm still going to have to make an example of him, though. No one breaks into my watch station and gets away with it. Okay. On behalf of the Inventors Guild, I extend to grateful. Okay, so that's just... yeah, information about how to open it. I feel like all of these, yeah, kind of pointless, some of these notes. But I guess if you absolutely don't, if you don't find it, I guess it's good. So is evidence locker gonna be up here somewhere? I don't know. This is gonna be a problem if he comes in here, right? Unless there's a light switch. Oh, that is interesting. Ladders? So I bet there would have been another way in here. I don't think he ever went into evidence lockup though. I think we would be fine down there. He shouldn't walk in there, is my thinking. Oh, this key just works for everything in here. Probably a note from, this will teach you to steal from the Great Orville Church, you tappers. Nice. Nice touch, Orville. Mysterious potion. A doll. Why are these dolls always everywhere? Okay, this is some mysticism shit in this. Interesting, so you get the key for the lockup in here as well, so you could open these ones up. So there was an alternative way in that we didn't find yet. Murder weapon used against the Urian Lupton on the night of September, belongings of Agatha Sackwell, convicted of prostitution. That was number 2, is that this one? No? Number 2, that was this one, okay. Sees valuables of the thief Orville Church, who is still at large, stolen. Solo identifier, okay. I do wonder if I'm supposed to give stuff back to the people down in the cells, maybe. Oi, Cornwell! Way I see it, you better cough up the protectum fee. Be ashamed if something else bad were happening in your fine story. The orphan boys, Brooksdale, like to come over here from Roxon sometimes. That's what I hear anyways, Jack Blade Jones. Okay. Okay, this is back into his place. We can't get to you. I do wonder why that is blocked off. Have I been in here? No. Interesting.
She'll be back for more.
Trying to figure out where we're at. Okay, we're right above the entrance. I didn't realize we could get up here. Oops. Yeah, this is made of metal for some reason. Is there any reason to be here? I guess this would have been an alternative way in, potentially. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. I think we could have climbed up here, up here, up here. Climbed across this roof, jumped over here. So that would have been an interesting way in. Is there anything over here?
What was that? Ha! Damn, I thought I heard something.
Jumping in games.
What was that noise? Nothing now. What was that noise? Bugger. What was that?
There we go. This might take us a place we couldn't go else otherwise. Yeah, we have this balcony as well, I guess. Which is interesting. We'll have this. Have we been here? I don't think so.
Bugger me. All worked up for nothing.
Yeah, this is unnamed where we're at right now, I think. No? This is the bakery, is it? Yeah, I think we might have been here actually.
I care too much.
Having bad luck about Quentin getting nabbed. I know you boys were thick as thieves. I've got my own trouble too now. Ever since someone beat us to the Harrington job, my luck has been awful. I had to try to make back some money at Atari's card game. But I walked out of there owing more than half I brought with me. Apparently I have 2 weeks to repay him, or I'm dog meat. Don't much like the sound of that, so I barricade myself in here for the time being. Hopefully he gets struck by lightning. Send your sis my love, you blackguard. So this is not connected to the bakery, as I thought.
Was that?
Why is it so bright here? Okay. Oh my lord, I haven't saved on since here.
What was that? Bugger.
Well, let's just save, because we want to do this anyway. Yeah, this was on the way in here, I guess. Am I just really bad at finding secret switches and such, or maybe there's not too many of them? Sadly, I gotta wait for him to leave again. Well, we're decently close to find all the 3,000. And there should be a stash somewhere to pick up loot after we've... I should have done that... Yeah. When we left the paintings at his office, the clue was just head right back out and do something. We might have grabbed that accidentally or for other reasons. I'm gonna try to get out of here even if he's standing there.
Did I see something?
Okay. Don't think I can make that jump, right? Might be able to climb up from there, but I should be able to jump across to this balcony. Right, nice. Is there an openable door? No, so we're totally safe in here. That cannot be all. Maybe this takes us somewhere we couldn't go before. Kind of doubt it.
I hate this shift.
If we could grab onto that, that might be something. Don't think so?
These things are pretty
I think this is more or less just a way through the building without moving across. Yeah, maybe if you have the floor is lava, you kind of have to use this. There was like one loot. Oh, I missed things. How did I miss this entire thing? Weird. Secret compartment. Ah. Yep, I had a feeling I missed something before, you know? Sometimes you can just tell. More reading. Yay. Well. Ronald Long. It's so nice to be able to socialize above my station. That Lord Kavanaugh sure likes to regale us with the drunken tales of his youth. Before we head out on the cockfights in the evenings, the man can down a bottle of fine wine right quick. Luckily, he doesn't know that I keep my finest wine close to my heart. Hint the picture of his lover, maybe. He also insists he likes ale, which would sure be easier on my coffers. He does come off kind of a worthless drunk, but he is my ticket to the upper echelon of this otherwise wretched part of town, so I will have to bear with him. He suggested we try something next time called boofing. I'm not sure what that entails, but it sounds like another one of these demented drinking games. Okay, well, I feel more satisfied now. Wait. Oh yeah, we came through a door. That doesn't open. Yeah. Okay, back to the Watchtower. If I can jump across here. Nice landing, dude. That was really good. Getting the vault landing animation, basically. And we still haven't improved on our secret finding strats, which is worrying.
What a bugger. Damn, I thought I heard something.
That's an odd
What was that noise?
You wouldn't think this is metal, but it is.
Seems peaceful enough now.
Blood and piss. I thought for sure I heard something.
Wait, oh. Got a book. Excuse me? Sergeant Walter Harris, why? I think I'm clicking through the wall or something. All this painting is gonna be important. The humility. We were broken into last night by one Orville Church. He was able to pickpocket the key to the evidence lockup of Inspector Fairley's belt and stole all the evidence we had against him and the bloodline. The blooded bulldogs, rats. He luckily was not able to raid the offices of the captain and I, but the cheeky bugger stole some valuables out of the footlockers in the barracks, and then he proceeded to show himself into the stables and escape with one of our horses. Understandably, the captain wants to see him at the end of a rope at any cost. He has left it up to me to root him out of whatever rock or more likely keg of beer he's under. I've drafted a few wanted posters and had them nailed up around the town. Though I'm not holding my breath. I think we're going to have... I think we have to... I think we're going to have... I think we're going to have to go into Lower Brooksdale with a fine-tooth comb and get him out ourselves. The bulldogs are quite powerful down there and we are low on weapons, so I don't know what's going to work out. Meanwhile, I've let the men know that Inspector Foley's keys was what he used to rob us. I'm sure they will let him know what they think of that. Captain Shoreditch really got a scare from the evidence room break-ins, as I saw him go in there and empty one of the evidence cupboards as the locks were being changed. I'm not sure what that was about. But he probably doesn't trust it as much as his own hidden safe. Captain Shoreditch. We haven't been to his place, I think, so we gotta keep that in mind. I can't blame him either. There are multiple ways that our building can be broken into. Not least the ventilation systems that lead right into the evidence lockup, yeah. Captain Shoreditch. I don't think we have his key, right? No. So we gotta keep an eye out for that. Okay, this is just right across, okay. Perfect. Well, I think that's it for the ventilation system. This was towards the lieutenant that we couldn't get into, and his name wasn't Shoreditch or Shoreditch, right? Might have been Lieutenant Frost. Yeah. Okay, we never climbed down, so I'm hoping this will take us to the other guy's office. Because otherwise we don't have anywhere else to go inside of there, I think. Oh. Is that gonna be working?
Your doll's clean and you got nothing to worry
That door is not something I can use, I think. Okay, he's got some money. This guy has nothing, I think.
Shipment was late. Who does he think he's fooling? Just an excuse to raise the price again.
Perfect. Unless he turns it back on.
That's a strange noise. What's that?
That's annoying that he keeps turning it on. Oh, it's a maze. Okay, that was a secret, but 5 out of 13, that's not a lot. It's just a hand sticking out of a crate. Perfect.
Oh well. Must have been nothing.
I might knock this guy out. Because there might be reason to have the lights off to go upstairs. And he keeps turning the light on. So we haven't knocked anyone out and we're closing in on the end, I think. I think I'm actually gonna knock this guy out. If it's possible. Well, let's see if we can do the upstairs bit without knocking him out, I guess. I thought it was fast enough. I've had a really hard time grabbing the candles in this mission.
What's that? Wow, I'm pretty
This is
jumpy
bad.
tonight. Oh, what put that out? Oh,
You
well,
can't blame that one on me. Wasn't
then
it
nothing.
there?
That's an actual door, so maybe the other one is as well. We need a key for it. No, you can actually lockpick it.
That went out pretty fast.
Yeah, we can do this with the lights on.
Warm again afterward. Noise?
Yeah, I made a metal sound. I was just walking up against that. Wait, that leads out? That's not what I expected at all. Is this... Oh, wait, this might be through the Brooksdale Shipping Company, the way in. Could be. Yeah, I think it is. Interesting. We haven't even been in this section yet. I kind of forgot about that. Are we gonna relight the candle as well?
What made that sound?
No.
Huh?
I'm gonna be visible here, I think. Yeah.
What did I see? Oh, what happened to the lights? What happened to the lights?
Did I see
What
something?
did I see there?
Huh. Nothing after all then. Taffer.
Taffer? So this might be the guy. The show Shishvi, whatever his name was. Can we do this without knocking him out? That's gonna be rough. Oh, that actually works. Okay, so we can lockpick that. Okay.
Torch can't light them to save your life.
It's kind of strange he just has a chair overlooking the door. I guess he's... it kind of fits. Since I do believe this is the guy who kept the stuff in his own office, right? So he's just looking at the door, making sure no one enters, right?
Three orders at 6 shillings apiece. He's not going to get a better deal than that.
Well, actually, I think this is the shipping place itself. Rather than the outdoors area. Yeah, this is the Brooksdale Shipping Company for sure. And outside is the Scarlet Court. So this is not the office we were looking for then. I still don't know if we actually found that or not. I haven't really read the names of on the doors on all of these. Okay. Now, where is this guy currently? Can I drop down here? No. We can't walk all the way across. Okay. So I do want to check both of these doors out. Is there any way... I don't think this is a real door. I guess we can check it out when he moves out now. It's kind of interesting. If we would have gone in this way, we probably would have dropped down into some of these offices straight away and gotten some juicy information. Oh wow, he walks this way? I don't think... Well, it could be. I thought that wasn't a door either, so...
Uh-huh.
We'll see. Why? I guess I was really loud dropping down. Was that it? Oh, he just turned around. Yeah, so he heard me, actually. Interesting. Yeah, that is not a real door. We still haven't found that gate where someone was looting a body. Or not looting a body, I should say. So the city section, I feel like we don't get 100% down. I need to close this door, actually. Don't come out. This guy has been the most annoying guy so far. Just go back inside, dude. And close the door.
Just rats, I guess.
Just rats. Thinking of it, how many rats have I actually seen? Just managed to get that.
There before. Hey, who took this?
So I don't think we can go in here, actually. Which is cool. Oh shit. I think I've seen 2 rats, and if we took the rat job, we needed to kill 5. We're seeing one up on the roof, kind of stuck in the roof. One in our starting area, and I think also another one down on the ground. So 3. And, yeah, could be hard finding the rats, actually.
I could be working for some fat nobleman in a warm mansion
Right.
and make twice as much.
And that loot right there, that's a really cool hiding spot. I think we can actually read this note as well, that's why I'm staying behind here.
It's far too cold for this time of year. I knew I should have worn the heavier tunic.
No. Yes. Okay, couldn't read that. Would also been a kind of a cool hiding spot for a clue or something. It's gonna be a water arrow here. No?
She could have waited a few more minutes. I told her it wouldn't take very long.
Just mashing F to find some secret loot. Oh, that looks like something. And indeed it was. Where the heck are we now? I don't know. We're just north of Scarlet Court. There's guards here. Multiple. No, I think the one guy we're hearing is down below, actually. And this might not actually be a guard. I've just been in here, haven't I? I'm pretty sure we've been in here. Yeah. What? And I never tried the window. Why have I been here just recently? I don't know. Something else led here, I guess. Or am I wrong? No, I'm pretty sure I'm right. You know what shows in the door? Alright. There is no door. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, so how do we... Oh shit. Why would I close this window?
Smells like pig filth in here.
Yeah, this is opposite the balcony. This doesn't line up properly in my head right now. Not at all. Yeah, so over here to our south we have the main entrance. So we are basically over the bakery right now. Kind of. So we were not north of Scarlet Court. Wait? We should be though. This is really strange. Now we're heading north. Well, yeah, we might be on this. Yeah. Wow. How is this not lining up in my head? I don't think there is any trickery going on here. I'm just. Scarlet Court. Yeah, I don't see how this... Well, I guess it does.
I care too much.
Yeah, since there is a walkway. Okay, I see. That's... Yeah. That's why also we got dashed lines. So the apartments actually go over the street. That's what confused me, because I thought we were on the northern side, walking along, and then somehow we were... Okay, now it makes sense. So the dotted lines are just rooms somewhere. Could be balconies, could be... Don't know why he's hearing me there. There's not too much to do back out here. I feel like we're missing out on one office back in the tower. I'm heading back in.
What's that? Must have been nothing.
Okay. This would have been a slightly trickier way of getting in, I gotta say, but we would have stumbled upon some good stuff immediately, which could have been cool. Back down into the safe, I guess. Yeah, I don't think there is any more offices though. But we're supposed to do the potion in the room, so we're gonna have to do that. Whose office was this? Frost. That's evidence locker. Oh, that was Shoreditch. Okay. Captain Edric Shoreditch. Did we even have this key? Oh, Edric. Okay. I didn't realize that was the same person. Alright, so we did find that as well. Okay, then everything is fine.
Something.
How are you there? I never heard him. This guy I'm hearing. No, I guess I'm hearing that guy above. What the heck? Basement. It is.
Men are pretty jumpy tonight.
It's really hard telling which floor they're on. There's no difference. This still looks like a door, I gotta say. I don't think it is. Maybe it is, actually. Now, what was the objective? By leaving the potion on the table next to him. Okay.
Huh.
Is this the table? I think it is. Nope, fuck.
He's always putting those out.
Okay. Leaving a trail of bodies we shouldn't do. We haven't even knocked anyone out. Best not to end up a wanted poster, yes. Let your friends know that a powerful people are on his tail by leaving the ominous note. Oh, that's below the Smith resident. We're gonna do that. And man, then we have a lot of secrets that we haven't found. Gonna have a little look around. Especially now since we can actually knock out people. Could be good. There should be a good way out. Was it through the crapper? I think it was. Where was the crapper? Here. And then we might also want to check for... I cannot believe how hard it is to get out of these. I don't remember closing that window. That's okay. So what are we leaving here? Ominous note. Okay. All objectives cleared. Just 8 secrets not found. And some loot, of course. So let's have a quick look around, shall we? I might do some loading and saving and loading because to save some time. Because we're, you know, we're kind of done with everything. Just want to get a move on. Let's head back to the beginning. Where was a note that we read originally? Also, am I missing something here? No. And these scores here as well, they gotta mean something. Well, that's 3 water arrows. Let's see if something is hidden behind the wall here. I could potentially vault this. No. Oh, oh. I'm stuck. Okay. Good thing we make saves. Oh yeah, here are the notes. Oh, wait. Ah, no. I'm stuck again. Okay. Let's not go on to anything suspicious. I don't have much offer aside from a few spare water arrows that I will leave by the wooden fence behind you. Oh, yeah, we already got those. I feel like there hasn't been a side quest where we had to knock someone out. So we have missed something to do. And the game hasn't just given us the side quest for reading notes, so there might be something we need to figure out ourselves. And like I said before, there's just too much to read, so it's really hard to focus on all of that. But that would be fine if, you know, let's say there's only 5 books, 5 notes in the entire mission. And one of them contains some secret information that if you planted something from your inventory in a certain thing without the game telling you, then you would unlock something. That could work, but with the amount of reading we have to do, I'm not going to focus on that. Oh, I guess I can just grab that through the gate. I expected me not to be able to do that. Alright. So we never dropped down here. And there's one rat, if you want to do the rat stuff. So I think we've actually never been here. Not a secret. Hello, rat. Can't be killed with melee. Secret? No. Oh, there's a door. This should maybe lead into the brothel. I'm thinking since there was a red light district. But this seems new.
Might not be much, but it's still better than cleaning the sewers.
I don't know where the guy walking... Oh, that's the guy on the balcony, I think. Wait. Wait, there's a balcony. Have I been there? I think that's where we went the first time around. Don't remember a guy. Well, I don't know. It's a complicated map. But it's a good map. It's a fun map. Okay, 6 out of 13. We're closing in. I do wonder if there is a system to the secrets. I think they're all gonna be in non-mission areas. From what I can recall, that's mostly been the case. So we're still 1,500 shy, or 1,200 or something. We're getting all the gold. But then again, we're also 7 secrets away. Those would have given us something. Pricey girls at the Tender Rose got you down? Would you like to feel the love of a woman's touch without giving up an arm and a leg? Then Agatha's and Equil on Lang Street is your lady. Open all night. Prices starting at 10 gold. Come one and all. I think that's the lady who was in the jail cell, right? Agatha, maybe. All right. The blinking moon. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Let's make a hard save as well in case we fuck something up during the end here. I might do some reckless saving and I might fuck some things up. It almost looks like we could get higher. Don't see it leading anywhere though. No. And there's a couple of scene transitions where the frames are dropping a little bit, but overall, it's been pretty stable throughout the game. Don't know if it's a new engine that is just working better, or if the mission is just really well made. There's been a lot of these narrow places where we can't really see anything. Can I vault? Yes. Nothing. Oh. Don't remember if we checked above this one. I think we did.
Who's moving about there?
Man, it feels like it's been a long time since we were in these rooms. It's a couple of hours though. And I can't really recall where we found which secrets and, you know, stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to tell if I should look in a certain area for certain secrets. Can we do something from here? So where the heck are we right now? We haven't been down to this street, actually. Ever. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we looped around on the outskirts. Doing not too much, I think. Oh yeah, this is the brothel, actually. It is. Oh. Not what I was aiming for. I wanted to jump all the way up. There we go. Because this might open. No. Hmm. I'm having a hard time seeing which windows are gonna be openable or not. I feel like there are actually different versions.
Thought I heard a noise.
Great. They're all probably playing cards.
My nerves are getting the best of me.
Okay, here's another rat. Maybe we have seen that from above.
I knew it.
Oh. Not a secret. Are you kidding me?
Of course.
We should speak to local Brookside resident named Baron. Unfortunately, he does not feel to speak to us and is barricaded front door from the inside. It may be because he owes us a bit fair of money. We're ready to work it out an arrangement. No sense in killing someone who has paid money. Warren. This is at the bottom end of Parkwick Street on the second floor. If you have a peculiar set of necessary skills and general customer center, we will reward you with 200 gold coin. Place in fireplace. Sales stand.
There you are!
Warren lives at the bottom end of Perical. And also at the fire... something. Oh, that became a new objective. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, wait a minute. And that's the coin we found, I think. Maybe. Was that 200 gold? Yeah, it could have been. Knock Warren unconscious and drop him in the cart below his apartment. Oh, okay, so that is the one where we need to knock someone out. So that should be... What the heck are we? We might have already been to his apartment. I gotta read that again. I wish I could pick this up, you know? Warren lives at the bottom end of Periwinkle Street on the second floor. Bottom end. So that should be west of us, somewhere. Out in this direction somewhere. Alright, cool. We're getting some stuff done. That's open. Does that mean we've been there? Yes. Don't think this is the way to the street we're looking for now. No, this is just a long hallway taking us to the square. Yeah. That might be openable though. No, there's light coming from it, so probably not. Alright. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe we could set Orville up if we knew where he was. That could be like a hidden quest. But God knows if that's the case. Okay, so we've been here. Now we should be on Periwinkle Street. Don't think we can enter that. Neither that. Yeah, I think that's too tiny. Can't reach that. Let's see, that is the staircase leading down, so this should be at the bottom end, right? So whatever is here should be where he lives. I think. I don't know what bottom end means here.
Like some fancy lord.
What?
That's not it. But we did move through that apartment all the way out here. I think this might actually be the way to go to that. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna...
Something moved?
Yeah, I'm just rushing it because I kind of want to get through with this.
What was that noise?
What did I see there?
You shouldn't see me through the barrels, dude. No, exactly. Could this be the guy? We won't know until we dumped his body, right? What was the objective? Knock Warren unconscious and drop him in the cart below his apartment. Okay, that's gotta be this. Okay. Warren. That's kind of nice that we see that at least.
Why don't they ever tell me when they're going out for a game?
I can jump with him.
I seem to look everywhere else but where I am. Are you looking for me?
You said it.
Was that good enough? Yeah. In case the guards react to that. Well, it's still done, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay, we didn't get any money for that, but there was a price for it, I don't know. And I think we could move through here to get to a different place. I feel like there could be something more over by the market. It's kind of tricky to search all of that. Yeah, I think we're done though. I feel like even if we knocked all the guards out, it would be rather hard finding just, you know, random loot in random locations.
Might that be?
This should lead to the market, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm just gonna almost sprint down here. Welcome to the Emporium of Euphoria. Our opening hours are come in for our renowned cheese plates accompanied by fine wines and flavored tobaccos. Friday drinks are 2 for a... What? What a strange note. I I guess they're out of business, but is there something down there? No.
Did I see something?
What a weird note. Wait a minute. Aha! But I think we've been here. Yeah.
Quiet, huh?
I think he might not be an enemy, actually, because we are allowed to be here. Any loot here?
Aha, I've got you, coward.
Oh, there's a guard right behind me, okay. But yeah, I mean, I'm missing so many windows, so there is a good chance that we have missed a window somewhere. And I do believe we found all the items he described. Okay, this is this balcony. I see. And we did find a chest in here, so I feel like that's probably complete. Alright, we're heading back. Well, we never went down here either, to be honest. Yeah, we got the pub as well. Jesus Christ, we have some stuff unexplored because we never dropped down here in the first place. Don't know if this is a guard or if it's just a civilian. Maybe we can talk to him even. Oh, that's not a real door. That's disappointing.
Having a good night?
I think he's friendly. Yeah. You got any secret loot stashed away, sir? Can't talk to him. Oh, there's a rat. Yeah, they've been in mysterious places, some of these rats. They definitely seem like collectibles. Who's snoring here? What the heck? Oh, there's a tunnel or something. And? Secrets?
It's the wind. Always putting those out.
I'm fascinated by the amount of stuff we're finding. And we're not even finding everything. What is this? This might be the thief. This might be Orville, I'm thinking. Because it said something about him being deep in the booze and something like that. Cashbox key. That's pretty good. Henry, remember to keep good track of our inventory here in the cellar. Okay, this is Henry. We want to stay well stocked for our nightly guests, the drunkards, blackguards and street women who spend all their ill-gotten gains here. Keep good track also means not drinking on the job. Do not let me find you down here in a stupor again. Not only is that stealing, it's also shirking? Shirking your responsibility as a barkeep. Shirking? Striking? Stirking? Shirking? Okay. So that might be the cash box for the bar? Have we already been to a bar? I can't remember if we've done that or not. I think we have, maybe? Because there shouldn't be a cash box down here, right? I am officially stuck. I'm unstuck. Yeah, wait a minute. We had a safe early on somewhere that we couldn't open. Would that be a cash box? It could be. Doesn't sound like it though. So yeah, we definitely have a safe that we haven't been able to open as well. We should be allowed to walk around here. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. What do you got going on here? Any loot?
Looks like the weather's getting worse, huh?
Oh, there is some loot.
That's a fine girl. Fine girl indeed.
Yeah, so Henry's just down there sleeping, even though the bar is open. That's pretty good.
What? Where did that go?
That's a big rat. Yeah. It's still a rat, though.
Damn, I'm not getting any dinner, am I? It's too late now, and I haven't eaten since breakfast.
Alright. Now, do we have a key that we haven't used? Rollins desk key, display case. I think we have used those. Cashbox key. I think we used also whatever key is for that first safe. We haven't found. Let me see if I can figure out what that was. Did we enter anything here? No, that was the challenge room. So we went this way. I'm just gonna quickly check that out. It would make more sense for the key to be close by somewhere. So it seems strange that we wouldn't find it, you know? Might have... probably in here. Why can I vault? Oh my lord. Why is she awake now? Has something changed? This is the brothel again, isn't it?
What was that?
Yeah, I don't know why she's awake.
Where are you hiding?
I might have just sprinted through here before, I guess.
I'm going to box your ears.
Yeah, it is a brothel. Yeah, this safe.
Not my problem.
Don't know if the guy we had to knock out, if he counts as a knockout. So I don't know if we have 1 or 2 left. Yeah, none of my lockpicks work. I don't think there was a clue to... Oh, it's right there. Oh my god. Well, that is something I would have never seen if I couldn't light my torch, you know? Wait. That wasn't it. Oh, it was. It was just sorting them in the order you should have found them or something. It's really hard to loot this. Not a secret, by the way. Is there secrets within the secrets? No. Alright, I'm happy we came back for that and solved that. And that'll do. We're gonna have to leave some mysteries for another day. Do you want to check the rest of the brothel out real quick? Kind of, we just were here, were we not? Maybe not. And this place, did we ever do anything over here?
What's that strange noise?
Looks like there is an apartment over there, but I bet we have been there already. We tried going the other way as well, didn't really do anything. Now, this place, I don't feel certain that we did everything. We do have his desk key as well, which I don't remember if we used. I think we did. That's where we found maybe some evidence. I'm kind of getting some of these mixed up. Man, I miss being able to steal paintings. It's somehow satisfying to do so. Yeah, we never got out through this window last time, which I kind of was interested in doing, but we have been here actually, I'm pretty sure. That looks intriguing. Don't see how we would do that though. Could jump to this beam here, maybe across to this side. Then there is nothing to hang on to here. And this window looks almost interactable, but is it? No.
What's that sound? What did I see there?
Yeah, we tried to do this jump from the other side, but yeah, there is no way of getting in there. With rope arrows, yes. Which I'm still sad that we're not getting in so many of these missions. This also feels like it's been 1,000 years since we were here. Is this a kitchen? Did we do enough in here? I don't know.
The lights don't help much if they're out. Something moving?
Oh wow, he's got really good hearing.
Don't help much if they're out.
Impressive. Little snack on the way. And this is just a cupboard where we found...
It went out.
We have already found some secrets here. Which wasn't actually considered a secret, I think, since we had clues. Why is there a nail floating midair?
What?
That is quite strange. What does it mean? I don't know. Was this guy just standing here again?
See something? Did I just see something? Did I just see something?
Are these chandeliers valuable?
Seemed like something.
No.
I suppose not.
He's coming down the stairs, isn't he?
Hello.
Who was he talking to? I feel like this is a place where we already found secrets, you know? Plenty of them, and there were clues for them as well. Probably not gonna find anything here. I do want to kind of try to find his... Did that already, that's for the mechanism. We did this whole thing. So, we had a key for something. Must have been for some of these, right? Is this a desk? Kind of is, right? Yes, I think we opened some of these with the desk thing. Or it's for this, actually. Well.
What made that sound?
Nothing.
What was that?
Alright, that's the last thing I can think of, so now we're done.
What?
It's kind of tilting having so many secrets though, you know? Money-wise, we usually, or loot-wise, you know? We usually end up at an 85, sometimes 90. And secrets should kind of follow that. But it hasn't really. Last time it did. I think we found 9 out of 11 or something. That's pretty good. This time, what is it, 6 or 7 out of 13? Not that good. Yeah, I definitely feel like I haven't found enough hidden switches, but maybe that's not the issue. Maybe could be random loot on top of rooftops and stuff like that, you know, easily. I haven't stacked too many boxes either, so maybe we do need a couple of boxes to get up on some roofs, but that would just lead to like one secret, right? That wouldn't be multiple. Alright, back to our home, I guess. Can't do any better than this. Or can we? Alright. Whew. That was a really good mission, and some interesting things with it as well, I gotta say. So we kind of knew how much, yeah, we're 100, well 1,000 actually short, but getting all the secrets would have led to some amount of that, so I feel like most, well, the secrets might just be like 200 each or something. It all depends on what it is. 3726 out of 4688. 79% only. So that's kind of low, but so it did kind of follow the secret finding with our loot finding. I mean, we're well above required. So that's good, but yeah. Don't know where the rest would be. But yeah, it's easy to miss. I mean, just the starting area right outside our apartment, we almost missed that entire area, and there were like 2 different rooms you could go into. So yeah. If I would have split this up in 2 streams, I probably would have spent a little bit more time looking around. And you know, sure, I could always come back next week, try to 100% it. We do have a save point. But yeah, it's not that fun. If you could knock out all the guards out, and if you really want to 100% it, yeah, sure. But that's better left for a second playthrough, as so many other times. But yeah, really good mission. The previous one was pretty good as well. I kind of like this a little bit better. So it was interesting. It was mostly a city map with a small... The Watchtower wasn't that big, you know? But there was so many different apartments, and they kind of all linked up together, most of them, to some extent. A little bit too much reading. Yep, that has been my complaint with these 2 missions in the series. It's hard to focus on everything, since there's so much, you know? And you kind of start just skip it through. But really good missions. I'm having good hopes for the next one as well. And like I said, I think this one downloaded in like 2 seconds. And the next one, COS 3, took 20-30 seconds to download. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bigger mission, but it could be. It could also just mean that there's way different models and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm happy with these missions. So next week we're gonna do... I keep forgetting what... Cutting Throats of Solitude. No, something. Don't remember what it stands for. COS. Gonna continue next week. Tomorrow, PUBG, and then... Euro Truck has moved to Thursdays. Hooray. We're gonna do some truck driving. It has been a couple of weeks now, so that's gonna be fun. But yeah, more Dark Mod next week, and hopefully equally good mission or better from this game mission creator. So yeah, thank you for hanging out, and hope to see you soon.